All right, we're going to get started. Everybody could take their seats. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the January meeting in February. Who says we're not on time? Of the Audit Committee. I am substituting for Jamie today, who is away. So we will get on it. Mike, are there any public speakers?
No, there are no public speakers.
No public speakers? Okay. Next, we have the approval of the November 13 minutes, which are in the book. Are there any changes to the minutes that anyone has? If not, I'll make a motion to approve. Second, all in favor? Okay. Mike, are there any changes to the work plan?
Only one. The June meeting will be moved to July of 2018.
Okay.
Other than that, everything stays the same.
Okay.
Next meeting would be in April.
All right. And now we're on number 4, which is the third quarter 2017 financial statements. And Mike Fritz from Deloitte will make a presentation about that situation. Mike, welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have Jill Strohmeyer with me here today as well. She is the individual that actually signs the third quarter financial statements. I will keep it fairly short for you since they are September 30 financial statements. There were no adjustments to these financial statements from what you had been presented by management. We had no past adjustments. There were no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies, and we believe that the reviewed financial statements are in conformity with generally accepted accounting principles.
Okay. Are there any questions on any of the information? If not, we need a motion to approve and accept the third quarter 2017 MTA consolidated financial statements. I will make such a motion. John will second. And if there are no other discussion, all in favor? Aye. Okay. Next, we have Pat Kane, MTA controller, to provide the management discussion on the MTA managed pension plans.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
This presentation is on page 140 in the committee book. Okay, today in your committee book, you have 6 audited financial statements of our benefit plans. So there's 4 defined benefit pension plans. There's the MTA defined benefit plan, the MAPSTOA defined benefit plan, Long Island Railroad pension plan, Metro North company cash balance plan. And then we have the MTA deferred compensation plan, which is the 401k and 457 plans. And finally, we have the MTA retiree benefits plan, the OPEB plan. Listed here, we have the total assets. The largest plan is the MTA DB plan, which has $3.4 billion of assets and roughly 30,000 members. The financial statements are prepared in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles using the Government Accounting Standards Board's GASBs. There are 4 sections: the MD&A, the basic financial statements, the notes to the financials, and the required supplementary information. For fiscal year 2016, we had 1 new GASB, GASB 82. And basically, this is a fairly minor GASB, but what it did is it redefines the what we call covered payroll. Covered payroll is used in one of the ratios in the schedule. So one of the ratios is the ratio of contributions to covered payroll. Covered payroll is now defined as income or payroll that's pensionable earnings. Before that, it was entire W-2 earnings, so it included earnings that were not pensionable earnings. In this schedule, we have an overview of all the pension plans that the MTA contributes to. So we have the single employer plans, which are the 4 that we just went over that are audited. And then we have the 2 multi-employer cost-sharing plans. That's the NISLRS, which is the New York State plan. MTA has 0.31% membership in that plan, and that covers basically headquarters employees. Then we have the NYSERS plan. MTA is 24.1% of NYSERS, and that covers most of the transit employees and the bridges and tunnels employees. So we have the total pension liabilities. In total, it's $30.2 billion. We have next the plan assets or the plan investments, and in total, it's $22.1 billion. And the net of that is $8.1 billion, which is our unfunded liability, which under GASB 68, we now record that on our books as a liability. Next, we show the funded ratio. The funded ratio is the ratio of the plan assets to the liability. And in total, on average, we're about 73.2%. If you look at the single employer plans alone, we're 68.7%. The Long Island Railroad additional plan is now 50.9%. Back in 2013, that ratio was 24.1%.
Right, that's the one we have put money into
Right.
each
So
year.
since 2013, we
over a
put in
period of time.
$610 million additional money beyond what the actuary requires. So in 2017, we put an additional $145 million in, and that should bring that funded ratio up to about 61%, 60.4%.
And, Mr. Chairman, if I could just insert, we, as staff who are responsible for just focusing on how to minimize cost, really do appreciate the board's willingness to let us use excess monies when we've had excess monies to address these long-term liabilities. And this is, it's a liability for the entire MTA. It's not
Right.
just a Long Island, but it's for everyone. And this is saving us a lot of money, because otherwise we'd be having to pay interest effectively at a higher rate than what the market would require. So again, the board's direction to us and allowing flexibility with us to use monies when available. And we don't seem to be in a situation now where we have available monies.
Quote
but
unquote, quote unquote, when available.
when available,
Right.
to address these long-term unfunded liabilities, I think you're seeing a real benefit here.
Okay.
Okay, and finally, on the
And
last
then
page.
the Neisler's plan is the plan that the controller, state controller.
State controller, right.
I don't want to use controls, but is responsible for it.
Right, that's right.
Is a better way
Yeah.
to put it.
Right.
Right, okay. Okay.
So taking a look at the final slide, we have kind of a map of United States of the funding ratios by state. So you can see that the Washington, D.C. is funded at 100%, 100.5%. New York State, which is the nice LERS plan. Is that the right one? Yeah, nice LERS New York State. That's 94.5% funded. And then above that, I put the MTA. The MTA, weighted average is 73.2. That's kind of a pink box there. But this gives you sort of a general picture of what the funded ratios are by states across the country. New Jersey's 30.9. That looks like probably the lowest that I can see here. Yeah, it is. It's kind of a rough map. So.
In terms of funded ratio, they're south of us.
Yes.
Right, that's right. Right.
Well, as long as the 94 stays good, because that's where my wife gets her pension every month.
Okay.
On the 30th day of every month, it comes in the mail, so it better stay there in that regard. Yes. Good. That's a very interesting chart, because it shows the differences that are there in regard to even where MTA is, but where the state of New York is in regard to the other states. It's a very interesting map.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for it.
Any questions on that? Okay, that's my presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for Pat? Okay. If not, we will, Mike Fritz will talk about the results of their audit on the pension plans.
Okay, what I'm going to do is talk about the audits of the 6 plans that Pat shared with you previously in terms of what are plans under your control. I do think your questions you asked are very important ones as it relates to the funding status overall. As Pat mentioned, this $8 billion obligation does get recorded on your financial statements, and I can guarantee you it's something that your bondholders are looking at.
Right.
The 70% funding ratio, in my personal experience, is a good ratio to be at. Typically I see flags starting to be raised when you get into the 60s and below percentage. Obviously, you'd like to be higher, but that 70% is not, as you saw, is not unusual compared to what you would see with other state plans.
Now, so the liability, the $8 billion, the liability issue, that's on a date certain. right?
Yes.
It's on a date certain in regard, so that could change,
That will change.
it will change during the year
Right.
as people are hired or retire or whatever happens in that concept. Okay.
Your investment performance on the plan will affect that. The discount
Right.
rate as investment, or as borrowing rates go up and your investment rates go up, you're going to see probably that come down because the discount rate will get higher. So there's a variety of factors that enter into play. When we do our audits, we do look at the investments. We're looking at the valuation of the investments, the actual making sure that you do have existence, ownership of the investments. We have our actuaries look at the census data that's provided in terms of your employees and in terms of their benefits that they are earning. We look at the discount rates in regards to those pension plans. None of those assumptions or policies changed from the prior year, so you're consistent year to year, other than the one minor item Pat mentioned in terms of what's deemed to be covered payroll. Very minor impact on the plans themselves from that perspective. The financial statements had no adjustments recorded in them. There were no past adjustments. The financial statements were prepared by your staff. The reason why these are somewhat, quote, late, I'm not going to call them late, but they're December 2016 financial statements. It's because it takes time for the actuaries to get all the data that they need regarding all the employer or employee information, the employer information in these plans. So it's not inconsistent to have these financial statements be issued at this point in time, so you shouldn't be concerned from that perspective. In terms of our audit, no material weaknesses, no significant deficiencies noted in the internal control plans as it relates to that. I did provide to you separately, because this is really just for your own information, but I did provide to you separately the required communications that we have. It also includes the management representation letter, which is information we rely on in being able to do our audit, but again, very consistent with prior years.
Any questions for Mike on the pension plan audit?
So nothing flies off of the pages as a cause for alarm in any way, correct?
That's correct. I mean,
Thank you.
Okay. We need a motion. I'll make a motion to accept Deloitte's audit of the various pension plans. A second. Any questions? All in favor? All right. Okay. Now we're going to Section 7, Enterprise Risk Management and Internal Control Guidelines. Lamont Kurse,
Yes.
MTA Chief Compliance Officer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I draw your attention to section page 407 in your book. It's the executive summary of the report. We'd just like to draw your attention to the snapshot in terms of where we are in the terms of the program. All the agencies have submitted their annual certifications on internal controls, which are signed by their agency presidents. The programs are in full compliance with the requirements of the New York State Internal Control Act. The ERM committee continues to meet and is continuing to work on closing all open recommendations. The agencies continue to document their vulnerability assessments in our current platform. And the RFP was issued and the procurement was completed in terms of replacing our current system. Our current system in terms of managing risk assessments is, to say the least, outdated. Last month, the board approved the replacement, and we will be working throughout this year on the transition from the old system to the new, with an eye on attempting to make improvements to the program wherever possible. The idea is not to take the old system verbatim and bring it into the new, but to look for areas of improvement as we are making that transition. As such, that does raise certain risks for us in terms of the program, because obviously the staff that's involved in the day-to-day management of the program will also be the same individuals who are involved in the migration, integration, development of the new program. But at this point, we believe we'll be able to do all of that at the same time. In terms of the summary of our control activities, we have 1,924 business processes documented, 903 of which we consider significant. There are over 4,800 total control risks, in those processes, 6,179 total controls, and currently we have 12 open corrective action plans that involve material or significant deficiencies as determined by management. We have certain external-driven risks that we are dealing with. As you know, this program is required to be compliant not only with the Internal Control Act for New York State and the guidelines issued by this board, but there are also federal requirements as well and standards which we are required to comply with. Those are, to say the least, in the state of flux. They have been modifications to the Coastal Enterprise Risk Management guidelines, and we are working on ensuring that we maintain compliance with all of those.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. You want to take the next piece, which is
Yes, I
the
do. Page 4.
requirements of the state of New York?
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
But just one other thing. On page 415 is the actual enterprise risk management and internal control guidelines that are issued by this board. Each year, we bring those to the board for an opportunity to review and make any changes. At this point, the staff is not recommending any changes to those guidelines.
Okay.
Every year.
Every year, right. Okay.
Section 8, every year I am required to sign a certification that the MTA's program is compliant with the requirements of the Internal Control Act. In your book, you will find that certification. You will also find a certification signed by the chairman, also attesting to that fact. I'm here today to tell you that, based upon my assessment, we are fully compliant with all requirements.
That's always helpful.
It is a very good thing,
Always
yes.
helpful. Now, the state of New York just gave us a bonus for that. We'd all be very happy in that regard, but unfortunately, that doesn't work. Okay. Any other questions for Lamont on those issues? We'll go to information technology. Sid?
Morning.
Good morning.
Just a brief report on some initiatives and strategies within the MTA-IT. MTA-IT is driving savings by using resources more efficiently across the agencies. In 2015 and 16, we took a 13% budget reduction, both head counts and non-labor, which netted a total of 128 budgeted positions reduced. Through economies and demand management, we were able to give back one-time savings of $96.1 million. So over the course of the 3 years, net savings $143 million. One of the bigger initiatives we're working on is application rationalization. In 2017, our inventory was 920 apps. Out of that, we're looking at 580 apps, which 298 of those apps are potential candidates for rationalization within strategic projects. Those projects being Fair Payment, the Enterprise Asset Management System, Kronos Timekeeping System, Document Management, Incident Management, Crew Management, and Central Train Scheduling Systems. Some multi-year initiatives are the upgrade of our server environment to Windows 2010, the Windows desktop upgrade to Win 10, data center optimization. We've got 5 data centers, 2 Broadway, Jamaica, Hillside, Livingston Plaza, and Randall's Island. And we also have our IBM mainframe and PeopleSoft hosting contract, which is coming due, so we're going out for an RFP for that. Another major initiative is the upgrade of Long Island Railroad and Metro North's business networks, which are coming into life. MTIT continues to consolidate multiple contracts into single IT contracts or enterprise license agreements. Some examples of those are the PeopleSoft. We completed the Cisco network, which is now the MTA standard, VMware, IT training, EMC backup systems, HP managed print services, Dell computers, IBM document management system, and Oracle maintenance. So major accomplishments in 2017. On the information technology side, we installed the new ServiceNow application to help improve IT service delivery and inventory controls. We continue to update cybersecurity platforms. We delivered dashboard for projects trackings, and we upgraded the identity management system. On the agency side, we completed the rollout of the B Division countdown clocks, security reviews for SCADA and industrial control systems for the operating entities, MTA the website performance dashboards, Long Island Railroad PCI compliance, which was new, New York City Transit, Metro North, and PCI compliance, which were renewals, and onboard ticketing issuing machines for Long Island Railroad. Goals for 2018. Continue to update our security postures, update the PeopleSoft hardware and disaster recovery, continue the upgrades to desktops on Windows 10, new mainframe support contract, which I talked about. On the agency side, complete the replacement of New York City Transit's business network, start upgrades again of Metro North and Long Island Railroad, complete the proof of concept for UWB CBT system, and continue rollout of the information asset management system. What are the new website, correct, yeah. What are our concerns? Since the last report, IT is working with HR and is having greater success in recruiting staff through job fairs, interviews on the weekends. We actually come in on the weekends and do interviews. Advertising efforts to promote the MTA IT brand and continue development of the current staff. We're assessing the impact of the recent hiring restrictions on IT's operations and project completions. Any questions?
Questions for Sid on IT?
If I could make
Yes.
a comment. One of the goals with the consolidation of IT was to reduce cost as well as being more efficient. And I have to say that, under Sid and Weil, they have done a great job of cooperating with us to reduce cost. The biggest concern I have right now is on these application rationalization. They're going after it. They're trying to make sure that we can give each agency what they need, but we're starting to get a little resistance. And the resistance is what you would expect. I've always done it this way. I don't want to change. And we can't have that. And so I'm working with them and I'm pushing them, but every agency head has to make sure that we're not going to let people do things just because they've done it this way all the time. There's no reason to have an application that requires significant time and effort to support. And I think we're going to get there, but it's human nature to try to push against this. But we have to save money, and the way we can save money is just let the IT people go in, work with the business people to understand what the process is, but to show them that we could do it better, not the way we've done it in the past. And so I put that out as an issue. We're addressing it, and I think we're going to get where we need to go. But there's money to be saved without compromising anything. And saved money means we can put more money back into security, and all the issues that we need to be probably investing even more going forward. So,
Ronnie, do you want to add something?
I do, thank you. I just wanted to affirm Bob's point and to acknowledge working with Sid and the agencies. I'm going to be Bob's partner in this to work with IT and the different agencies. I know that doing things differently is not always a comfort zone for us, but we are committed to getting there. I also wanted to acknowledge the role that IT has played in our customer-facing initiatives over the last several months. The ability to have gotten countdown clocks on the B division was homegrown, and it was homegrown in Sid's shop, and it was a phenomenal savings of time and money. The ability to have all of the customer-facing dashboards on MTA.info, that's, again, through IT. So, a strong partner for MTA and its initiatives. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Sid. I think the entire board believes the more information we give out to the public, the better the MTA is. And the more transparency and the more we can put up on the website and MTA info, the better it is in that regard. In my opinion, I think most of the board members would agree. Andrew?
Sid, are you currently working? I have heard that you're working to make the B division countdown clocks more accurate.
Yes, we're doing, every 30 days we're doing snapshots, and I'm reporting the accuracy. We fell to 94.4% in December. In January, we were back up to 96.3, I think it was. During the proof of concept, we were at 97.3. We've identified what some of the issues are, and we're working with the operational groups to resolve those.
So it's going to remain Bluetooth for the foreseeable future, though, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Next, Mike Honor, Chief Diversity Officer, and his staff to discuss DDCR's performance measures. Welcome.
Morning. We're going to give you an update on our closeouts and our site visits. Naeem.
Good morning. So this slide shows the progress we made in closing out projects since the beginning of this process, which was in the third quarter of 2015. So through January 31st, 2018, 1,185 contracts have been completed, with additional 25 which are in the process of being completed, and there are additional 47 contracts which are pending agency action, after which we will proceed with closing out those projects. Additionally, we are also making great progress, continue to make progress in visiting locations where MW and DBs are working. For the calendar year 2017, there were 644 such visits, with an additional 52 for the period of January 2018. That translates into about 53.5 site visits per month. Since the beginning of this exercise in third quarter of 2015, we have performed over 1,600 such site visits.
Let me also add that we're working with internal audit and with Lamont Kears in basically the closeout process. And so we're proactively reaching out to the agency presidents when we are forwarded over a notice of final payment and that project lags. And so we're being forceful. But it's my understanding that there's going to be an all-agency policy completed. But we're not going to be put in the same position that we were about 2 years ago or 3 years ago, when the agencies were not closing out their projects, and we were closing our projects since 2002, 3, 4. So we are being forceful in making sure that we're not going to be put in that same position by proactively reaching out to the agencies and asking them to give us what we need in order for us to close out our projects. And secondly, each one of my MW, DB contract compliance managers is required to do at least 8 site visits per month.
What's the last thing that happens on a closeout? We send them the final check, or do we have to certify certain things before we send them the final check?
Yes, that too. But the last action is the agency must go into PeopleSoft and officially close out that project in PeopleSoft. That's the last act.
Okay. Okay. Questions, Mike? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Your turn. Yes. Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I'd like to go over our 2017 year-end status and our 2018 proposed audit plan for vote by the committee. In 2017, we had a very productive year. We made 607 recommendations for improvement with a total dollar impact to the organization of about $53 million on the operating side and $37 million on the capital contracts. Now, bear in mind, controls cost money. Our main emphasis is to ensure the controls exist to mitigate risk, but controls are expensive, and making sure we don't have too many controls or controls are not being followed. Our savings on the operating side result of some areas such as revenue enhancements, a review of operating contracts, audits of vendor invoices, expense reduction, technology, as was discussed here, and workers' compensation. And we follow up with the agencies to ensure that the costs are achieved. On the contract side, our work is proactive, where we review cost proposals on behalf of the procurement departments at the agencies before they are presented to the MTA board to ensure the lowest prices are achieved. Examples of such are the bus procurements that were done and also second area of subway costs. One of the most critical things we do in 2017, and we'll continue to do so, is our Sandy work, Superstorm Sandy. We continue to audit Sandy costs and to meet regularly with the FTA. Of the $1.7 billion in grants awarded, we have audited $333 million worth and made recommendations for approximately $60 million in cost adjustments. Other work that we have done as well. Okay. Other work that we have done as well is a PeopleSoft upgrade that technology was involved with under YL and Sid's guidance. Executive Order 168 at the request of the chairman. We performed work on that as soon as the executive order was issued to ensure that written justifications exist and summary negotiations are documented, as well as looking at aspects of the subway action plan, which we'll talk about our work in 2018 in that regard as well. As we move towards our 2018 plan, our work really begins September. It's about a 5-month process. We begin our planning process in September, as it takes several months to complete, resulting in a comprehensive risk assessment, which is fully documented. The foundation of the audit plan was developed through a formal risk assessment that's performed in accordance with the Institute of Internal Auditing Standards. Our plan is discussed with the chairman, the managing director, the agency presidents, and much of their staff as well to get input for our work in 2018. Other sources that we use is financial data, board reports, strategic plan, our structure, any changes to our structure, new regulatory mandates that were issued, and certainly changes in technology. And our plan has always a spot for management requests, which we do get during the year. The main objective of our risk assessment is to ensure that we mitigate risk. We conduct about 91 interviews throughout the agency to assure ourselves that risks to the MTA in achieving its business objectives were fully defined and understood. The universe is auditable entities that addresses those risks, that we have no gaps in audit coverage, and we, as I said, we solicit input from management personnel as well, and we meet very closely with Lamont Kurse, our second line of defense, as well as Deloitte, our external auditors. So the results of our risk assessment for 2018 identified 296 audit activities at the MTA and its agencies. An auditable unit is a candidate for potential audit, which is ranked high, moderate, or low. It is our goal that auditable units are covered on a 5-year cycle, and the results of this year's risk assessment, when applied to our resources, identified 165 audits, which we will conduct. This is a preview of how we plan to spend our time at the MTA agencies in 2018. Our challenge, as always, is to provide balance of audit coverage for the MTA and its 6 agencies. The biggest change is that our time has shifted from other agencies to the MTA because of the addition of the Business Service Center to the MTA, as well as technology under the MTA. These percentages were reviewed, again, with all the individuals I spoke to as well. We really break down the MTA into 8 business functions, starting with revenue, finance, service delivery, safety, of course, HR, technology, capital program, and then procurement. This is how we spend time in 2018. We propose to spend our time in these areas, and it's consistent with past years. And again, all these percentages were reviewed with the chairman, the managing director, and the agency presidents as well to ensure adequate coverage was provided. So, what will we do in 2018? We certainly will focus our audit work on governance, risk, and controls. And the control environment will continue to review efficiency and effectiveness of operations. We'll look at the reliability of internal as well as external reporting to ensure that it is accurate and supported. And, of course, we will support agency-wide goals and initiatives. Just to give a little snapshot of what kind of work we'll be doing, we have a vast array of MTA activities that include administrative areas such as payroll to pensions, operational areas such as bus depots, maintenance shops, bridges, and tunnels. I spoke about the Executive Order 168 on the service delivery, the work that we will do there, looking at such work as depot facilities, diesel shops, bridge and tunnel facilities, the subway action plan, certainly, subway car maintenance and signals, and power. Well, your question is, who audits the auditors? I think we shouldn't we should also be audited as well. We're required per our standards to have an internal assessment done every year, which we conduct. But internal assessment is not as independent as an external one. Per our standards, we are required to have one done every 5 years. I'm happy to say that we have done that, and this year will be our 5th year. We need to get an external assessment as well. We work with Bob Forward to get those proceeds. We're hoping that the cost will be, around $25,000, but it's certainly something that we need to do to ensure that we're following our standards and that the work we perform can be relied upon. And then in 2018, of course, we'll continue to coordinate with Deloitte, our external auditors. We are the liaison for the city and state controller work that's done, looking at those reports, attending those entrance conferences, and making sure the MTA responds to them as required. And we'll continue to work with Lamont Curtis, our Chief Compliance Officer, as he talked about the internal control environment at the MTA. And then in 2018, we will go forward towards the end of the year for our quality assurance review, which is basically an audit of the audit department, which then the people performing that, the firm, will come to the audit committee probably next January and give you the results of that review as well.
Andrew, you have a
Mike,
question?
Yes, sir.
Are we up to date on Sandy money from the federal government as per the projects we're undertaking and have yet to undertake?
To my knowledge, we are. Michelle, what did you? Well,
So yes, we're drawing down the funds as we're spending it. We have a lot more obligations than what has actually been spent to date, but the projects are moving forward, and we are current.
And we'll have, obviously, you feel we'll have enough for Canarsie, Rutgers Tube, and other projects as well?
Yes, the yards are the big spends that have not been contracted out yet, that the funds haven't been obligated for, but the tunnels and those funds have been, the contracts have been let, and they've
Great.
been.
Thank you.
so, Mr. Chair, with that, if I get a
Questions for Mike? We need a motion. I'll make a motion to approve the proposed audit plan for 2018. Second, any questions? All in favor? Okay.
thank you so much.
We now have to go into executive session to discuss the security and sensitive data issues. We will return after that just to adjourn the meeting. Motion to move into executive session. Second, all in favor? Yeah, not too bad. I'll move them along.
Just say like the-
Yep, we are reconvening the audit committee after executive session, and I will now make a motion to adjourn the meeting. Adjourn, whatever word we want to do. Second, all in favor? The meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Try to adjust the box for them. Check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check. Check, check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 1, 1, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning, everyone. I apologize for being a few minutes late. We have public speakers. I understand, Steve, we have 25.
Actually, 28 now, Mr. Chairman. As usual, we ask that our speakers limit their comments to 2 minutes. We want all of our speakers to be heard. We also want all of our speakers to have an equal opportunity to speak. We can only do that if people keep to the 2-minute limit. If you lose track of your time, speakers, I will gently, I hope, remind you. If speakers would prefer to speak from a portable mic at their seat, get the attention of one of our staff over there by the door. The first speaker is Peter Del Debbio. He'll be followed by Christian Lobb, and then Mary Parison. Mr. Del Debbio? Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Peter Del Debbio. I've appeared before this board representing 200 members of the American Legion. I'm back now representing the Bronx County, which consists of 1,100 members. Dear Chairman Loda, and members of the board, the Bronx County Organization of the American Legion represents the American Legion posts and members in Bronx County, fully supports and endorses the request letter and actions of Leonard H. Hawkins, Post 156, for reduced fare for veterans. Mr. Peter Del Debbio, in addition to being the commander of his post, is also a vice commander of the Bronx County Organization, and is empowered to represent our organization in matters of a reduced fare for veterans. The Bronx County Organization met on January 3rd, 2018. Mr. Del Debbio came before us and presented a letter, research, and a synopsis of the MTA Board of Directors meeting he attended in December 2017. At the meeting, the assembled body voted in support to the reduced fare for veterans. In the New York City area, there are many veterans who would qualify for the reduced fare as senior citizens, disabled citizens, as described in the American Public Transportation Association. However, a reduced fare earmarked for veterans would honor those who gave so much in support of our country. If reduced fare is approved by the board, it is requested that it take effect immediately, and locations where veterans can obtain a veterans fare card be established in each borough. Veterans would provide any documentation necessary to obtain this reduced fare. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Signed, Joseph F. Goonan, County Adjutant, and for the Commander, Peter C. Del Debbio, First Vice Commander, Bronx County Commander, American Legion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And that letter has been submitted earlier this morning, and the board will have it.
Thank you. Christian Lobb, perhaps Cobb, I'm not sure which. Then Mary Parison, and then Norbert Giese. Good morning.
My name is Christian Cobb. That's with a C.
I apologize.
And so I want to say good morning to the real MTA over here, this side of the room, because you're the people who have the power. And I just want to make sure that people are aware that right now, the MTA, these pieces of filth, are fighting a lawsuit to get elevators in the subway. This is an MTA where they use the fares, our fare money that we're paying them, for a transit system that should be free. They're using that money to fight this lawsuit. So not only is it despicable enough that they're fighting getting subways in this elevators in the subway system, they're using our money to do that. That is completely inhumane and disgusting. So we are calling on people to come out on March 5th at 10 a.m. at 60 Center Street to pack the court so that they know that we are there to support the lawsuit to get elevators in the subway system. And I'm from the People's MTA, and if you want to get involved with us, we're also going to be having a meeting on Wednesday, March 7th at 7 p.m. at 147 West 24th Street, second floor. We have some leaflets that went around, so hopefully you can get those and come out, support us, because we are fighting to have a 100% accessible subway system, to be completely free, and to get the cops out of the subway. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cobb. Mary Parison, Norbert Giese, H.P. Schroer. Good morning.
Good morning. On February 14th, the New York Times published an article about a lawsuit alleging New York and Atlantic Railways' horrific abuse of non-union railroad laborers working on switches and tracks you own across Long Island. This grisly lawsuit spotlights your continued employment of Anacastia's New York and Atlantic Railway and the culture of exploitation and profiteering Long Island Railroad has allowed by a private company with no ties to or concerns for the neighborhoods they operate in or for their workers. Know that New York and Atlantic Railway abuses men who have credentials with the Long Island Railroad as well as the men like the plaintiffs. Enough is enough. We said not to renew the transfer agreement. What are this board, MTA, New York State Comptroller, Long Island Railroad, the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen, and FRA going to do now to protect the public workers from these greedy businessmen? New York and Atlantic Railway owns almost nothing. There would be no New York and Atlantic Railway without the use of your freight rail assets. Recall that in 2016, an uncertified engineer crashed your locomotive in Maspeth. The FRA reported that, quote, because New York Atlantic's record keeping and documentation was so poor, FRA investigators could not determine whether the train crew was qualified to operate the train or if all of New York and Atlantic's engineers and conductors, including contractors, were properly certified. Yet 30 months after the Maspeth crash, the lawsuit alleges that New York and Atlantic Railway's private owners sidestepped record keeping, training, certification, reporting, and this time they didn't pay prevailing wages or report accidents and injuries either.
You should wrap up, Ms. Pearson.
2018, New York and Atlantic workers prized with Long Island Railroad credentials are scared to work with contract engineers and file grievances that New York and Atlantic basically ignored. Lastly, I'd like to say that just as recent as this first big snowstorm, 2 day laborers went out with a crew on the engines on the main line to clean snow out
Please
of the
wrap
main
up,
line
Ms.
along
Harrison.
block switches. And I'm here to say that something finally needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Norbert Giese, then Mr. Schroer, and then a first initial C, Jones.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like the board to look at page 4 of your handout from Cures and see the letter that Senator Phil Boyle of Suffolk County that states his concerns about the use of Tier 4 locomotive procurement. The burden of proof falls heavily on the MTA to justify the need for line haul locomotives that have never been used previously by the Long Island Railroad or the New York Atlantic Railroad. In these applications, line hauls cost more to acquire and to maintain. Line hauls would harm communities with toxic diesel emissions that are up to 30% higher and more noisy than necessary for generations to come. The pre-qualification RFP and locomotive equipment specifications, as written, will not provide the information required for MTA LIRR to meet that burden of proof. I am here today to most respectfully ask this board to address the concerns that have been raised by Senator Boyle and others. I ask you to direct the MTA LIRR to immediately amend the pre-qualification RFP and locomotive equipment specifications to 1. Require attractive effort studies at the start and more accurately determine how much horsepower the MTA and the New York Atlantic Railroad need operationally, and ask potential contractors who have California Air Resource Board verification to submit it. Amend the RFP to determine the absolute minimum number of line haul locomotives, if any are required for special or infrequent operational needs, with the remaining quantities of locomotives to be EPA Tier 4 switch certified at or below 2,300 horsepower for normal operations, and ensure open, fair competition for all manufacturers of locomotive prime movers and potential contractors.
You should wrap up, sir.
Eliminate loopholes in the locomotive equipment specifications that fail to address the community's need and the MTA's promise for the cleanest locomotives. Consider the fact that Tier 4 line haul locomotives don't operate as switchers. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. C, Jones, then Omar Vera, and then Mario Biceri. Oh, Mr. Schroer. I'm sorry. Mr. Schroer, then C. Jones, then Omar Vera. Pardon me. HP, I'm sorry, your turn.
My turn?
Yes, sir. I apologize.
Good morning. I'm H.P. Schroer, veteran of World War II, and I live in Manhattan. For 5 months, my fellow veterans and I have stood before this committee and asked you to consider giving all veterans and their spouses the same discount as seniors. As you know, I've been working with veterans attending the CUNY colleges. Since our last meeting, we have added the following institutions who support the Veterans Initiative: NYU, Fordham, John Jay, BCM, BMM, LaGuardia, and Columbia. Chairman Deitch of Veteran Issues at New York City Council and Councilman Bill Perkins will be issuing a letter of support. Tomorrow we have a meeting with Corey Johnson's office, and hopefully will receive his backing as well. I spoke directly to the mayor during an Ask the Mayor segment of the Brian Lair Show. He was not aware of our proposal, thought it had merit, and said he would put it on his plate and speak to members of this council. While this body has been respectful of veteran service, aside from being told last November this issue would be addressed, no action has been taken. Last night I was told the fare rates are determined every 2 years, and a veteran's discount could not be considered until December of this year.
You should wrap up, Mr. Schroer.
And if enacted, would be not offered until 2019. Respectfully, I ask you senior discounts do not have to wait for every other year to become effective. Will you put the veterans discount on your plate as the mayor has? Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Schroer. C. Jones, then Omar Vera, then Mario Bucieri. Good morning.
My name is Shantae Jones, and I'm an Access-A-Ride user, and I'm here because trying to use that system, there have been improvements. However, there are times that I wait 2 and 3 hours for a car to come. And previously, when I would call MTA because I was feeling endangered, I was able to get an Uber sent out. At this point, when I call and I say that I'm in a place and that the car is not coming, I'm sent from this person, the MTA calls the Vera phone calls somebody else, and I have sat out there in the cold when I can't breathe because I have COPD, I have arthritis, I'm in pain, I'm having difficulty breathing, and nobody knows what to do. So I'm asking in part that you address the issues with the dispatchers to be able to get cars to people who are in vulnerable situations, as well as whether the Uber service can be reinstated for situations that are emergencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Omar Vera, Mario Bucieri, Joe Kennedy.
Good morning, MTA Board. Welcome to the February edition of your board meeting. First of all, he said, I want to emphasize what H.P. Shorter said, and it's time for veterans discounts. They've served this country enough, and they need the discount. And of course, the biannual transit fares, this keeps up, like, there's going to be a mess. But, like, unless there's, like, specific discounts for veterans. And second, I reiterate my comments last month about like the managers here who need their pensions, and that's also needed, and should move along. but anyway, I also like to thank President Byford for the letter Monday. Thank you so much. I didn't even expect it, but thank you. And fourth, I'd like to discuss. I was hoping if with the new tap card system we can have entry-only, exit-only turnstiles because like I said, it's not fair to those who want to enter or exit and then have to wait for a bunch of people to go in, especially when there's like very few turnstiles. So therefore, I feel like an entry-only, exit-only turnstile would speed the flow, and that's also needed. And fifth and final, just. Hopefully we can get more ADA accessible stations. not just for the New York City subway, but also for the commuter rails, because they also need better care as well. And last but not least, thank you all for having me here, and see y'all in March.
Thank you, Mr. Vera. See you in March. Mario Bucieri, Joe Kennedy, Steve Martini. And friends. Mr. Bucieri, good morning.
Good morning, Board. My name is Mario Bucieri. I'm the president of the United Transit Leadership Organization. At the last meeting, our members demonstrated the unequal treatment of first and mid-level managers at MTA Bus Company and their long struggle to remedy pension disparities as compared to comparable managers at New York City Transit Authority and MAPSTOA and their subordinate employees. We are back here again for 3 reasons. First, we are available for any questions that you would have. Second, we have 2 speakers to address the true impact of pension equity for the affected employees on the MTA and its pension system. Third, we would like to request a meeting with the board and the pension committee. We thank you very much and for your consideration on these concerns. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Mr. Bucieri. Joe Kennedy.
Good morning. As I stated last month in my previous appearance before this board, thank you for taking the time to listen. I stand here before you proud to be chosen not to speak for not only this group behind me, but for all the managers and administrative people at MTA Bus who are similarly situated. First and foremost, we want to collectively thank the board for their attention to this situation. While this problem has been festering for 13 years, we are optimistic that this board will look at the potential solution with a sense of fairness and the desire to eliminate the current inequity that continues to exist. While we do not feel the need to repeat the list of aforementioned inequities, we want to stress a few points to eliminate possible misconceptions. Misconception number 1, that we are looking for a handout. The fact of the matter is, for the most part, we have been contributing to this pension plan for the entire duration of our employment. In fact, contractually under the defined benefit plan, our respective employers contributed to this plan by 2.5 times our own payments. In my case, that is every week, every month, every year for 39 years. I don't know if the MTA continued these contributions subsequent to the takeover in 2005. The fact is, I have done my part. The question of whether or not my contributions were equal to that of those in a final average salary plan is a legitimate one. We have stated all along that we are more than willing to pay our fair share. Obviously, there needs to be an accounting of these contributions, both on the employee and the employer. Misconception number 2, that we are not entitled to this pension. I make this statement based on the letter I received at my home just before Christmas a few years ago. This letter came certified mail from the then Director of Labor Relations, stating that in his opinion, along with then Chairman Prendergast, that I was not entitled to a final average salary pension. This was in response to a plea to Chairman Prendergast in helping to right this wrong. By the way, both of those individuals rode off into the sunset with their well-deserved pensions.
Mr. Kennedy, I know you're speaking for many others with you, but could you wrap up?
Yes, I will wrap
Thank
up
you.
very shortly. MTA employment totals approximately 70,000 good men and women. By all accounts, approximately 67,000 of them are currently receiving or will be entitled to a final average salary pension upon their retirement. Where do I stand among these 70,000 employees? Are my contributions not worth as much? In June of 2009, the Master Trust received a transfer of $191 million from the Queens Private Bus Lines Pension Trust. No one seems to remember that when it comes to our pensions. Please do not let this inequity languish any longer. 15 more seconds, if you will. In conclusion, remember a very important fact, and that is how our veterans have been left out of the opportunity to purchase their hard-earned military service. time, unlike virtually every other city and state employee in New York, we collectively should be ashamed. I thank you, and I thank our veterans for their service.
Thank you. Steve Martini. And then Colin Wright, and then John Orcutt. Mr. Martini.
Good morning, Chairman Loader and board members. My name is Stephen Martini. I was one of several speakers last month addressing the MTA bus pension inequity. Today, in the interest of time, I am the sole speaker for a group of 14 non-represented employees with only a 401k pension plan who remained from the takeover 13 years ago this month, and one member who was placed in the plan in 2010. I must emphasize that we, the 401k people, are not subject to any collective bargaining process, including the newly certified UTLO. Our emphasis today around the board resolution that was passed in June of 2017. Although falling short, we understand the resolution was an effort to close the gap for the MTA bus non-represented employees, and we are appreciative of that. Standing with me today are 4 people who are in their mid to late 60s, each with over 30 years of service to the people of New York, who have been attempting to retire under the terms of that resolution some 8 months ago. To date, no one can give them a definitive pension benefit. As for the rest of us, we have not received any direction as to when our payroll deduction will begin, when our 401k match will stop, our status as operating or non-operating employees. Additionally, there are conflicting statements in a letter that we received in November of 2017. Only one person to date has received a notification regarding the frozen benefit retro payment, lacking a payment method.
Could you begin to wrap up, Mr. Martini?
Pardon me?
Could you begin to wrap up?
Thank you. I have a little hearing.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
We are now 14 months in arrears in our contributions, which will cause a financial hardship for us to make up. We thank the board members that are given their time to help resolve the overall issue. Perhaps implementing the June 2017 resolution should also be addressed. We are seeking a definitive timeline with milestones. Myself, along with 2 other people from our group, would welcome the opportunity to meet directly with the task force. All we are looking for is to pay our fair share and have this 13-year odyssey behind us, knowing that our families will be protected. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Colin Wright.
Thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all. Colin Wright, John Orcutt, and then Danny Simons.
Good morning. My name is Colin Wright with Transit Center's Access Denied campaign. Last month, the board tabled 2 enhanced station initiative packages amid concerns the ESI program doesn't put accessibility at heart. The board must reject these unchanged packages as they come up for a vote again this morning. Less than a quarter of subway stations are available to people who can't use stairs. The MTA's entire program for accessibility affects a tiny percentage of stations. Now you're being asked to approve a $1 billion expenditure that fails to create newly accessible stations. Between last month's board meeting and now, those facts have not changed. Some of you may feel you're getting one over on the mayor's board representatives if you're able to approve these packages. But approving them means the people who are left out of those stations today will continue to be left out for years to come. The authority you're here to manage will still have no clear plan for creating accessibility, and the rail network you preside over will remain the least accessible in the country. Thank you to members who have exercised your prerogative to demand accountability on the MTA's approach to access. Until new ADA stations are built into this billion-dollar expenditure, please reject the enhanced station initiative packages. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John Orcutt, Danny Simons, Philip Plotch. Mr. Orcutt, good morning.
Good morning. Earlier this month, the New York Times expose on inflated MTA construction and consulting costs was confirmed by research released by the Regional Plan Association. Both analyses found the profoundly inefficient use of money had sapped the resources that could have been used to upgrade or repair the aging infrastructure throughout the New York City subway system. People, both those pulling for you and those rooting against you, are watching this issue. At Transit Center, we had to turn dozens of people away from an event focused on addressing the MTA cost of construction less than 2 weeks ago. Transportation and transit institutions traditionally think and act in time frames of years, decades, even generations. But in the race to win back some measure of public trust, you don't have that kind of time. You need to think on more of a political or news cycle kind of schedule. Finding ways to show that you're beginning to get a grip on this problem, whether it's new procedures, like some of those that RPA identifies, or a set of carefully managed current projects that you can bring in and announce as being on time and on budget, is absolutely critical. There's no shortage of political and civic actors rooting against Governor Cuomo's plan to fund transit repair via congestion pricing. One of their top talking points is that the MTA can't be trusted to spend the money well. The governor's allies in this fight understand the vulnerability. As the Daily News editorial board recently wrote in a piece supporting congestion pricing, the public needs to see that its money will be well spent, especially if it's being asked to pony up more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Danny Simons, Philip Plotch, and then Miriam Fisher. Good morning.
Morning. Good morning. My name is Danny Simons. I represent Regional Plan Association. As John mentioned, we recently released a new report entitled Building Rail Transit Projects for Less. Our research found that the cost of building new subways and commuter rail here is more than twice as high as in cities like London, Paris, and Los Angeles. We sincerely thank the MTA for providing us with valuable insight that helped inform our project, and for having us in to brief them and being open to exploring ways to fix what is a very broken system. The system today hurts everyone, the public, which doesn't get the new projects that it needs to connect them to opportunity, businesses and labor, which aren't getting the jobs, and the MTA staff themselves, who are very frustrated and want to fix these problems. The good news is that we also found that by adopting practices that are already common in our peer cities from Los Angeles to London, that we could be saving 25 to 35% on capital projects and likely saving money on very smaller ones as well. A few of the recommendations that RPA is calling on the MTA, state, city, political leaders, and labor as well to adopt include creating realistic budgets and project timelines, engaging the public early and often. Right now, the public is really engaged in a very narrow way on process, and this leads to unnecessary delays later on. The MTA's outreach in advance of the L train shutdown might be a model to incorporate in future projects, but only if it listens to what elected officials and communities have to say. And in the case of the L train shutdown, I just want to underscore that RPA has been very supportive of the community demands to add elevators to 3rd and 6th Avenue stations, for example. We think that it's important to put one team of professionals in charge of each new project from start to end, and that a temporary special purpose entity should own the full responsibility to deliver projects on time and on budget. We call for rationalizing and streamlining environmental review, using design build for new rail extensions, and rethinking labor practices and work rules.
You should wrap up,
At
please.
this time when the MTA is strapped for resources, we have two ways to provide more funding. We can raise it with things like a surcharge on for-hire vehicles and congestion pricing, and we can fix our broken system and free up billions of dollars for new projects, and we think the answer is both. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Philip Plotch, then Miriam Fisher, and then Carol Rafferty.
Good morning. I'm Philip Plotch, former manager of policy and planning here at the MTA. I'm a professor now at St. Peter's University and the author of a book about the planning of the Tappan Zee Bridge. For the last couple of years, I've been working on a book about the 2nd Avenue subway, and I have to tell you, it's a fascinating saga. I'd like to thank those of you who have shared your stories and insights with me. I'm wrapping up my interview soon, and if you haven't had an opportunity to share your thoughts about the MTA's past and the MTA's future, I'd love to hear them. And my phone number is 201-741-2976. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Miriam Fisher, and then Carol Raftery, I think.
I'm Miriam Fisher.
Good morning.
Here to talk about accessibility issues that aren't always on the radar or on the agenda. I'm a former employee of International Center for the Disabled, and I struggle with my own accessibility issues with a bad back and a bad knee. I recently read on the West Side Rag, an online publication, that there are station enhancements for digital upgrades on the BC lines on 72nd, 86, and 110. No mention of elevators or accessibility issues, and if you read the comments of the people in the neighborhood, elevator, elevator, elevator. Digital enhancements are fine, but not at the expense of basic needs. Same with other areas, other stations that are being renovated on the L line, the 3rd Avenue, 6th Avenue, the Astoria stations. I propose that in addition to examining elevators, escalators, and ramps might be also explored. Would not serve everyone, but would serve a larger range of people with various difficulties, luggage, baby carriages, bad backs, bad knees, the range of people struggling with negotiating the subways. Seats have been taken out of some of the trains. I live near the E line. I propose possibly fold-up seats that some people would use, some wouldn't. It would create more space and would enable people who needed them to use them, and those who wouldn't would be standing and would create that space.
Have to wrap up, Ms. Fisher.
In December, the commissioner mentioned the Committee on Accessibility. I don't know if that was a new committee or a long-standing committee. We would like to hear some of the results of their findings and proposals to enhance accessibility on the subways.
Thank you very much. Carol Raftery, and Ramona Ferreira, and Mary Kessinger.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Carol Raftery. I'm here representing Build Up New York. Last month, I called the attention of the MTA Safety Committee to the Court Square View Tower, a 67-story construction job going up at 2315 44th Drive in Long Island City. This project deserves special scrutiny beyond consideration of application for a permit to operate cranes during construction because of the potential it has to disrupt the commute of thousands of subway riders. City View Tower deserves heightened scrutiny, especially because it is an as-of-right development that did not undergo a land use review. We know the MTA has protocols for construction near train tracks, but we have some questions. Has the MTA seen the plans for this tower or the site preparation that started in December 2017? Has the MTA considered whether this tower is even feasible at this location? Have the MTA engineers and technical staff examined the plans, reviewed what impact the construction will have on elevated track, the number 7 train, the Court Square subway station, the E, G, and M subway lines underground while this tower is being built? Plans for this tower amazingly call for a 2-story basement on top of the subway lines. When you are anywhere underground, you hear the whirring sounds of workers chiseling away at this big boulder that you see in the picture here. That occupies about a quarter of the lot. We do not want to be alarmist, but we believe the MTA should have someone go to the site urgently, maybe even today, and see what is going on and determine whether the work endangers the area's transportation infrastructure. Over the past 2 weeks, we've collected more than 850 signatures from the number 7 subway riders. They are asking to ensure public safety at the site before approving any permits. We don't need to tell you how crucial this corridor is to our city. A setback or an accident of any kind at Court Square City View Tower project site could cripple the commute of numerous subway riders for any length of time. This is not a simple or idle concern.
Can you wrap up, please, Ms. Raftery?
Yes.
Thank you.
The developer of this tower, Chris Zhu, has never built a project of this size before. And the general contractor he hired, which is New Line Structure and Development, has projects where accidents, construction violations, and litigations have occurred. We request that you insist that he has workers' compensation for the project, and he follows local law 196, which requires 40 hours of safety training for the workers. That the developer implements a comprehensive safety plan and ensures every contractor has liability insurance that covers every worker and every eventuality for every phase of the construction of the.
Ms. Raftery, we have to move on.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I have the petitions here, I'll leave.
Thank you. Ramona Ferreira. And then Mary Kessinger and Tony Murphy. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Ramona Ferreira, and I am a bus rider from the South Bronx. I wanted to encourage you to adopt all-door boarding, better bus service overall, and fair fares. Train stations in my neighborhood are not elevator accessible. Because I suffer from a chronic illness that impairs my mobility, I sometimes rely on a cane, and I prefer to use the bus. My illness, ankylosing spondylitis, is invincible, but during a flare-up, I experience pain and inflammation everywhere from my eye, my left eye, my salivary gland, my back, my spine, my knees. So I know I don't look like I have it, but it's all there. The bus really helps me reach all of my doctor's appointments and run my errands. My quality of life depends on the bus service in my neighborhood. My bus routes are the BX19, the BX1 and 2, and they are regularly crowded, very difficult to board, and the boarding process really does cause me a lot of hardship. Because the buses are regularly late, dozens of riders always have to compete to get on board. Many times I don't bother to fight them because I just don't have the energy to do so, and this means that I end up waiting for another bus to come along. Luckily, bunching does occur, so sometimes 3 buses arrive at the same time on the BX19 route. This means that when I do end up letting that first bus go, I can sometimes miss doctor's appointments, and because I depend on a lot of specialists, missing that appointment means that I'm going to have to wait a week to a month to see a specialist again. I really do hope that you'll consider all-door boarding and other ways to support those of us with invisible chronic illnesses. And I encourage you to listen to everyone else before me that spoke about the challenges that those with disabilities face all the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mary Kessinger, and Tony Murphy, and Kevin Zhang.
Hello. I want to talk today about the shutdown of the L train. Completely by accident, I got a glimpse a few weeks ago about what is going to happen when the L line is shut down for repair. It was really a dry run. It was a Sunday afternoon, and I was riding the Q line in Brooklyn heading to Manhattan. Due to track repair, the Q line ended at Prospect Park. Riders were shifted to buses for 2 stops, and then the Q line resumed again at Atlantic Avenue, Barclay Center. At the Prospect Park station, there was a big crowd in front of the subway station. I realized later that all these people had been riding on the Q train and got kicked off when it reached Prospect Park. They were waiting for a shuttle bus to take them up to Atlantic Avenue, Barclay Center, where the train would continue. When the bus pulled in after about a 5-minute wait, the crowd surged toward the bus. It was raining, and everybody wanted to get out of the rain. Almost everyone got on the bus. I was just swallowed up by the crowd. People were just running all around me. Sitting on my scooter, I was about 4 feet tall, so nobody could see me, including the bus driver. It was actually pretty frightening. The bus was absolutely jammed, probably 100 people on that bus. As I was alone now in front of the subway station, then the bus driver did see me. He asked several riders to step off while I boarded, which they did. It was still too crowded. There was no way I was going to get on the bus. The scooter I ride is large and long, and I need room to maneuver. I thanked the driver and told him that I'd wait for the next bus. Standard procedure. The driver of the next bus saw me right away because there was no crowd left. He suggested that I take a newer bus, which was right behind him. I said okay and waited for that bus.
I have to ask you to wrap up, please, Ms.
They
Kessinger.
came, and the driver tried to board me, but she had difficulty with the ramp. She couldn't lower. 2 MTA personnel got on and tried to help her lower it, but the ramp, it was broken. I finally got on the next bus. I'm telling you all this because I could see that in the short experience, problems that could arise when the L line is completely shut down. I really recommend you have several workers at the stop to control the crowds. I suggest you have a designated spot where wheelchair passengers can board the bus. This would prevent accidents to the rider in the wheelchair. The driver could board the wheelchair first without the crowd gathering and getting in the way. Riders are accustomed to waiting to board the bus while the driver gets the wheelchair passenger settled. For the most part, they comply. I also recommend that you'd have drivers check their equipment before they leave on their run. I imagine that the mechanics go through the yard and check the equipment while it's parked.
Mrs. Kessinger,
Extra check
can you wrap up, please?
would actually, before the driver actually drives off the lot, would make a lot of sense and ensure that the traffic flows smoothly. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Tony Murphy, Kevin Zhang, Austin Lomax.
I'm also with the People's MTA. We're noticing that the fares that support this system keep going up for service that's just ridiculous. Everybody I know has a story about being stranded on the train these days. Everybody, or on the bus. The story that was just told. This fare, which keeps going up, plays a big part in the MTA budget, probably bigger than any other transit system in the U.S. And the MTA, the People's MTA, the people who ride this system should be the ones who call the shots, not this unelected board, which is not representative of the people of New York City. And we say today, don't use your money to fight the just demand for elevators. You should be spending money to make elevators and to make the system accessible. In fact, I'd like a voice vote from this body. Do you want the money you spend on this system to go towards fighting the just demand for elevators? Of course not. Of course not. We think the MTA should do the right thing and don't spend your money on fighting this in court. Spend your money on making the system 100% accessible. We have to ask whether the great media attention that the new president is getting is warranted, because we asked him a question at the L train shutdown hearing last week. Why not use the 15-month shutdown to make the L train accessible? And the answer we got was, we have to look at whether it's practical and whether we can afford it. I'd like to wrap up by saying, right.
Could you wrap up, Mr.
I'd
Murphy?
like to wrap up by saying that we are meeting next Wednesday, March 7th. Please join us. Please join the campaign to make this to make the subway system serve banks. The real problem is the debt service.
Mr. Murphy, please wrap up.
The MTA, the public transportation, is being looted by Wall Street. That's the real problem. Okay. And any new transit head that doesn't address that is just like the renovations in Queens and the Upper West Side.
B20 bus was discontinued due to low ridership in June 2010, service cuts, and I can walk Transfer Street from 62nd Street and Union Avenue on the D&N train station to Coterie Road, and walk from Flatbush Avenue and Coterie Road to Beverly Road on the 205 train station due to the cold weather. B20 bus will be restored along 16th Avenue and Coterie Road between Dahi Road and Flatbush Avenue and extend along Beverly Road between Flatbush Avenue and Brooklyn Avenue between Beverly Road and Linden Boulevard between Brooklyn Avenue and Pennsylvania Avenue in both directions, and terminate at Van Sicklen Avenue and Stanley Avenue on weekdays and weekends. If the B20 bus restores, so I could take the B20 bus from 62nd Street as the Finance Committee says, the MTA is desperately in need of new funding sources. I went to Albany and talked to a few assembly members, and they are understandably hesitant of MTA like congestion pricing when the agency is known for its pretty poor spending. After the recent New York Times expose, everybody knows how spending is mismanaged on our mega projects like East Side Access. Almost 10 years ago, about 200 workers were getting paid to work on East Side Access, even though they weren't getting paid. This cost the agency, what, millions of dollars? This was hidden from the public. We never knew about it. How many construction projects going on right now are covering up wasteful spending, costing us even more money? I think we need to know. Now, you board members, you have power. You need to investigate construction spending and demand transparency from Capital Construction, New York City Transit, and all of the other agencies. Avenue Subway, because we need to expand our network. But the high costs are bad, and hiding wasteful spending from the public is even worse. It's our taxpayer money being spent, and the public and the legislature deserve full transparency. We can't ask the state government for more funding when the funding we do have, we spend it so poorly. You have to show Albany that the MTA is worthy of more funding, and if you do get more funding, you all are going to make sure that it's being spent responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pedro Valdez Rivera, then Travis Eby, then Stephanie Burgos. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Pedro Valdez Rivera Jr., a Rise Alliance member since 2013. I live in Brooklyn and depend on the B38 to travel to different neighborhoods. I normally take the bus from my NYCHA building on DeKalb Avenue and Lewis Avenue in downtown Brooklyn. A few Fridays ago, during lunchtime, I was waiting for the bus with over 24 people. At the wait over 20 minutes for a bus, 3 buses appeared back to back. 2 buses skipped ahead. The bus pulled in and all the riders began to squeeze their way in. But unfortunately, not everyone could get on through the front door. A few people who did not ran to the back and squeezed in. Although they did not mean to skip the fare, they couldn't afford to wait for another bus. Once the riders were inside, they walked to the front and paid. Riders are forced to squeeze their ways into overcrowded buses through any entry they can get, but it doesn't have to be this way. With the new fare payment system coming, the MTA should implement Old Door Boy and use Tap and Go to make getting buses on the bus hassle-free and speed up trips for riders. It's time to turn around our buses, and Old Door Boarding can help speed up trips and keep the bus in motion. Thank you so much, and the Rise ones, I definitely look forward to work with you, President Byford and President Alec, on your bus action plan, and we'll make to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Travis Eby, Stephanie Burgos, George Bettman. Good morning.
2 million daily bus riders and speed up bus service in New York City by committing to implement all-door boarding on every bus route citywide. I want to share with you one of my many painful bus experiences. Several years ago, I lived in Clinton Hill in Brooklyn and was trying to commute to my job in Midtown. It was raining, it was freezing. The ANC trains were completely down, signal failure. So I fell back on Plan B, the B38 bus to the Q train at DeKalb. I wasn't the only one who desperately needed the bus that day. I walked to the stop at Vanderbilt and DeKalb, and there was a crowd of around 50 people waiting. In the rain, in the cold. When the B38 finally arrived, all 50 of us had to wait in a single file line to board through the front door. We had to wait in the rain and the cold for riders to dip their Metro cards or count out change one by one, and then wait again at every subsequent stop. My commute took almost twice as long as usual, made me late for a meeting with the client, and my socks were wet all day. The whole time I was thinking, it doesn't have to be like this. There's another door. Can you imagine if we made subway riders queue at the front of the train one by one? Everything you can do to speed up buses makes a tangible daily improvement in our lives. I don't have an SBS line near me, but whenever I use it, it's so much faster. But currently, the SBS lines are exceptions. Far too many routes require boarding one by one through the front door, and it's a painfully slow process. With the new fare payment technology, why not let us jump on the bus through any door, tap and go? Here's my dream for New York's buses, a citywide network of frequent buses every 5 minutes, running in protected lanes along clear, legible routes that connect where New Yorkers actually need to go. And when those buses arrive, riders can jump in through any door, tap and go. It's doable, and if you do it, our bus network basically becomes a second subway system at street level. Imagine what that does for mobility and access in New York. You'd all be heroes. This is a political problem, not a technological problem. We just need the MTA to act. In order to keep New Yorkers moving, please prioritize all-door bus boarding in your bus action plan. Thank you.
Mr. Eby, thank you. Stephanie Burgos, George Bettman, Jackie Cohen. Good morning.
Hello there, everyone. Good morning. My name is Stephanie Burgos Veras, and I'm a senior organizer with the Riders Alliance. And first, I want to start off by saying thank you to President Andy Byford for committing to improving buses. On Tuesday, when you both announced that there was going to be a bus action plan in April, bus riders were extremely excited. After decades of being ignored by the MTA and having bus service deteriorate, we're extremely excited that buses will turn around. And of course, there are a few things we would like to see in this bus action plan that would help buses improve. Of course, we want to see reliable service. We want to see more frequent service. And we also want to see a commitment from the MTA that there will be a network redesign to make sure that buses are serving riders where they need to go, making sure that they can get to their destinations inside the borough without having to take 5 buses. But the one thing that we really want to see in this plan is a commitment that there will be all-door boarding citywide for bus riders to get on and off. As we all know, the antiquated slow method of boarding really slows down buses. And not only does it slow down buses, but it makes riders stressed and frustrated because there are dozens of people trying to enter through one single door. Now think about this. People who enter this building have multiple turnstiles to swipe in to get upstairs. When you want to enter a car, you have multiple doors. And even when you have a subway, you have multiple doors. So why is it that bus riders, all 230 routes that are not select bus service, only have one door to ride? And we know that thousands and thousands of people get on that bus every single day. And so we're here to ask for all-door boarding. We're here to ask to make sure that we can make our buses faster and also make sure that riders have less rides. But not only does it make rides faster, it also is very useful for bus operators that don't have to be at the front of the bus and deal with all of those people moving in. And so, to end it off, we'd like to give you a present. Here are 2 rear doors of the bus. And we want to give this to Chairman Loda, who's not here, unfortunately. Chairman Loda, welcome. We want to give you this door. And we want to give you President Andy Byford this door as well to serve as reminders that these no entry sign means you can't get on the bus, but you might have to miss your bus, you might get pushed around, and you might even get into an altercation. And behind there are signs, they're signed by riders who had a demonstration outside, attached with our Woes on the Bus of stories of riders who
Can you wrap up, please, Ms. Burgos?
So here you go. I don't know who to give them to. I can give them to you personally, but thank you very much.
Thank you. George Bettman, Jackie Cohen, Melissa Estrella. Can I show her the door? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is George Bettman. I'm a member of Riders Alliance, Canarsie resident, and daily bus rider. I work in Union Square and depend on the L train and the B42 bus to get me to and from work. The B42 is really an extension of the L train because it serves all of Canarsie from Rockaway Parkway down to the pier. And instead of building stations, they decided to put a bus there. No problem. However, I work off-peak hours. I come into the Rockaway Parkway station at 11:52 p.m. There are 2 buses on the route at that time, but both of them go off duty, and they're replaced by 1 bus at midnight that does the midnight, overnight run every 20 minutes. Whether that bus shows up or not is anybody's guess. I've waited as long as 40 minutes for that bus, and I'm only 10 minutes away from the station. I could walk at home, but it's too dangerous at night, so what I end up having to do is take car service, and that's very expensive for a 10-minute ride. Something that should be, you know, part of the L train. It should be a transparent connection between the two. Like I said, the bus is always late. I don't know why they can't why that bus can't be put on time. Bus riders who work late at night, like I do, should have reliable bus service and not be left stranded in the middle of the night and waiting for the bus to come. All-door boarding is one tool that can help turn around the decline of bus service on behalf of 2.5 million bus riders that depend on bus service. We call for faster and reliable bus service that allows riders to get on and off the bus hassle-free. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Our last four speakers are Jackie Cohen, Melissa Estrella, Linda Scott, and Dana Gaskett.
Hi.
Ms. Cohen, good morning.
How are you? Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Jackie Cohen, and I'm the coordinator for the Straphangers campaign. At Tuesday's New York City Transit Committee meeting, we're pleased to see President Byford call attention to something we've been saying for a long time, that our city's buses need to do better. For years, the Straphangers campaign has worked to highlight the need for faster and more reliable bus service. And bus riders know better than anyone from daily experience how slow service can be. For example, many New Yorkers can walk much faster than a Midtown bus at rush hour. And I promise that's not supposed to be a testament to how fast New Yorkers walk, but really how slow, and excruciatingly slow, our buses are. The crisis facing buses has continued to worsen over time as speeds have stagnated in recent years. In the next few months, as this agency explores ways to improve the quality of bus service, we ask that the MTA adopt an all-door, open-door policy. As this agency's new fare payment system is unveiled, we think this is the perfect opportunity to use this new tech to install all-door boarding across our local bus network. Right now, our city's buses spend an average time of 22% of their average operating time, at bus stops, in large part held up by long lines of riders waiting to pay their fare and board the bus. As we've seen on our SBS lines, allowing customers to board through all doors of the bus cuts down on wait times drastically. Installing all-door boarding on local buses will offer considerable time savings, making trips faster and riders happier. We look forward to seeing Transit's comprehensive bus plan this April and know that with determination and action from this agency, we can turn around bus service for the better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Melissa Estrella, or Estrella, in which case I apologize, then Linda Scott and Dana Gaskett. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Melissa, and I live in the Bronx, New York. I'm a student at Bronx Community College. I'm here today because I am a bus rider, and I'm tired of slow and unreliable services. Every day, I take the 40 bus to school, and it never fails for the bus to always be late. It's been plenty of times I had to walk to school and be in the bus to my destination. By the time I get there, 3 or 4 buses will be right behind one another. One time I got to school so late that I thought my professor was not going to allow me to take the test. Luckily, since she is also a bus rider herself, she understood the unreliable service that many face every day and was nice enough to allow me to take the test. Not taking that test would have set me back to not graduate on time just because the bus was late over 45 minutes that day. Bus drivers deserve better. Implementing new technology like all-door boarding will make bus faster and much more reliable for the people who depend on them the most. I urge the MTA to act now to improve bus services for the millions of riders who depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Linda Scott, and then Dana Gaskett. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm kind of nervous, so bear with me. My name is Linda Scott. I'm a member of Reliance Members and Riders, and I am from the Bronx, New York. I live in the South Bronx, and when it comes to commuting within the city, I depend on the bus services. But unfortunately, the buses are unreliable. They are slow, they're overcrowded, and often cause me to be late for my appointments. Every day is a new adventure. When it comes to buses, no one has know when the bus is will be coming or how long one is en route to us. I often take the BX6 this bus line is always, and I emphasize always, busy because it serves as a connecting to the bus lines into Manhattan. I would have like let the buses pass me by before I get on another bus empty enough for me to get on. At times I'm waiting for another bus. I'm often late for my appointments, but I let them go by because I don't want to fight with other riders. I am often late to my doctor's appointments and to different interviews or whatever I have to do that day. Last fall, the MTA made BX into a select bus services. I was happy to think that this would bring improvement to the Bronx line, to the BX line. Unfortunately, other routes in the South Bronx had not been updated. Although the BX bus lane has all door boarding passes, there's a lack of continuity. The SBS, along with the BX6, has shown major improvement, but there's still a lot of work to need to be done. Riders should be able to access and reliable bus count-on clocks. Enforcement should be made in the bus lanes, and all-door boarding should be considered. With new fare payment technology, MTA can install readers at each door that will allow a tap-and-go process. All-door boarding makes our bus system reduces crowding in the front of the bus, and shorten trips so that we can spend less time being stuck on the bus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our final speaker is Dana Gaskett. Good morning.
Good morning, MTA. My name is Dana Gascott, and I live in Cypress Hills, Brooklyn, New York. I'm a student at Queensborough Community College in Bayside, Queens. I'm here today because I am a bus rider, and I am fed up with slow and unreliable bus service. Every morning, my commute consists of the Jamaica Center-bound J local train and the Queensborough Community College Q30 to get to campus. Some mornings, the J line would be, quote-unquote, held momentarily, causing me to be late to classes sometimes, then becoming even more late when the Q30 shows up late or gets stuck in traffic. MTA has caused me to miss my final exam, lateness to classes, and nearly a trip to the hospital after experiencing frozen feet and collapsing in the harsh weather due to the buses running late and terrible service. My commute home is probably the commute that I dread the most. Waiting for the Q30 to Jamaica LIRR station, there are so many students that pack up the bus stops and the buses sometimes even take 1 hour until the next one arrives. They take breaks in the wintertime, the wet weather, when we can be in a bus with heat, and continue to allow passengers on when the buses are so packed. Bus riders need better service. Installing new technology like all-door boarding will make buses faster and much more reliable for students like me who depend on buses the most. The MTA must act now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. That concludes our public comment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Before we start, I'd like to note that this board has assembled a bus pension working group and is working on the issues raised by many of the speakers we've had this morning. I'd like everyone to be aware that this group is moving forward to a resolution. And I also like to remind everyone that this is a collective bargaining issue, and that we will discuss all collective bargaining issues in executive session as we normally do, not in a public meeting. And before we go into further remarks and other committee business before this, I'd like to open up the meeting by asking President of New York City Transit, Andy Byford, to deliver a version of the substations program update that he gave at the Transit Committee. It's an important update, and I want to make sure that everybody on the full board has an opportunity to hear it. Andy?
thought I might come up here. I just think it's easier because then you guys can see me more easily. So can you hear me okay? Yeah, got the sound. Right, good morning, everyone. I'm glad I made buses one of my 4 equal priorities because it's clear that that's a real issue, and that was deliberately done. One of the 4, along with accessibility, motivation and employee engagement, and subway reliability. So what I want to do today, let me just advance the slide, is report back on something I was previously actioned to do by this board in my first board meeting, which was back in January of this year, and that was to review the ESI package, but I wanted to do that as part of the wider stations program. So that's the purpose of this presentation. You can see there the areas that I'm going to cover. And I've gone into this with an open mind. I went into this not with a view to coming down on one or either sides, but to look at this holistically, to look at the issue of stations, not just from an ESI lens, but to look at it from the overall stations portfolio and all the various programs that we're doing to address the state of our stations and to make them more accessible. So that's, I think, a key point that I wanted to make. I also went into it with an open mind from the perspective of that if this were truly just an aesthetic cosmetic program, then I would have a problem with that. And I also went into it initially, from when I first got here, somewhat puzzled that elevators weren't included. But I now understand this program better, and I will hopefully demonstrate that to everyone here present in this presentation that I'm just going to take you through. Now, board members have seen some of this, so I'll rattle through it fairly quickly, but I'll dwell on the key points. So what this pie chart demonstrates is the scale and the scope of the capital program for stations in New York City Transit. So that's a $16 billion capital program for various issues around the transit portfolio. So stations, as you can see there, takes $3.3 billion of that pie, $1 billion for ADA, and then the various other things that have to be done in that capital program, 4-year capital program, over the whole portfolio of what we do. The stations component is huge. There's 472 stations, most of them built between 1904 and 1940. So the average age of our stations is 95 years. These are old facilities, and they are extensive, 16 million square feet of floor space. So it is a big network. It is, in fact, the biggest network in the world in terms of stations, 493 stations. That's more than anywhere else. And so a huge amount of work is both necessary, and the good news is a huge amount of work is also ongoing. We have work ongoing out of that 493. Work is planned or ongoing at 258 of those stations, and that's through a range of programs, all of which I'm going to talk about. That's component work in some cases, it's full station renewals in others, it's ADA work in a large chunk of those, whether that be elevator installation or other ADA works, it's ESI. So again, I'll come back to all of those, but again, repeat that statistic, 258 out of 493 with more to come. So what does it constitute then? Well, first up, I'll talk about the capital program. Capital program for stations, $4 billion in the 2015 to 2019 capital program. And if you can't see the screen, that's made up of $950 million for station accessibility, $820 million for state of good repair, $425 million for elevator and escalator replacement, which I would argue is an enhancement of, or it's complementary to accessibility, because even the existing fleet, clearly you've got to keep them in a state of good repair and got to replace them over time. And the overall figure since 2005 is $9 billion has been invested in stations, and rightly so, because it's a cyclical challenge. There's over 100,000 station components and subcomponents system-wide. So if you don't stay on top of it, it soon runs away from you. You've got to keep on top of such a big portfolio. One key point to mention is state of good repair. As we undertake state of good repair, we, as a matter of course, address ADA issues, which, and rightly so, because that is a legal obligation. So that is things like tactile platform edge, handrails, lighting, structural elements, again, overlapping with state of good repair, but we, as a matter of course, address ADA components. So a bit more on that $4.3 billion in the 2015-19 program. You can see there a pie chart which shows what it's made up of. 800 million on components and renewals, elevators and escalators, 400 million, ADA, $1 billion. So I'll cover each of these areas in a bit more detail. Station renewals, there's currently 15 station renewals. And the Sea Beach line, the N line, I went down to a couple of weeks ago. I went down there to do my training. So I took the opportunity on John's suggestion to go and have a look at the Sea Beach line. And no one could call this cosmetic. These are fundamental, absolute, back to foundations, complete rebuilds of stations. These stations were in a dreadful state of repair. They urgently needed to be done. We're doing them in two parts. We've done the northbound route stations already. They're complete. And the southbound are now underway. So that may not look like where a station was. It is. That looks as though it's just trackside. But actually what we've done there is completely demolished the station, and we're rebuilding it from the ground upwards with fundamental improvements so that it lasts another 100 years. And this program on the N line includes accessibility at 3 stations plus a connecting station on the West End D line. So this is a big package of works. A bit more info for you on that. You can see on the left there where we've peeled off the tiles and the paint. You can see the underlying state of good repair is pretty poor. These stations were in urgent need of a complete rebuild, so that's what we've done. We've repaired the deteriorated platform walls. We've rebuilt the ceiling, the floor, the columns. We've put in new lighting, and consistent with what I mentioned earlier, we've addressed ADA items. You can see there the new tactile stripe along the front of the platform there. Another good example of station renewal is on the Myrtle line, the M line. And here we've renewed 5 stations, renewal of 5 stations completed in 2014. That structure you can see there is the control house, which was in a very poor state of repair. It was still safe, but it needed to be renovated. So that's what we've done. New windscreens, lighting, structural and painting work, major structural work, things that had to be addressed, that couldn't be left any longer, and very timely and deliberately addressed, because the M line will be one of those lines that needs to carry the masses when the Canarsie line shuts down. We need that M line to be in good condition, and these stations were done deliberately because of that. And there you can see a before and after of the mezzanine, where we've again, firstly decluttered the area, but also renewed the underlying fabric. I talked about another element within the program, which is component work. There you can see City Hall on the Broadway line serving the R&W. The top pictures there show when you again take off or peel back the fabric, you can see the underlying brickwork there is in a very, very poor condition. If that was left unaddressed, that wall would fail. So you can see there's been huge water ingress into the track wall tiles and into the brickwork. So the bottom picture shows you the after. That's new vitreous enamel panel, which protects the wall, and the underlying the components of the wall have been completely replaced. And again, while we're at it, we've done tactile strips and other ADA work to finish the job off. Another example of component work, this is where we've completely rebuilt the stairs and the canopy and put in new handrails and other facilities to provide a new entrance to 104 Street Station on the J and Z lines. Back to ADA, again, just reinforced where we are undertaking station state of good repair. We include ADA features, and that's legally required if we're performing certain types of capital work. So that means automatic entrance doors, stair handrails, treads and riders are treated, installation of tactile warning strips, of braille signage, of inclusion of ADA boarding areas, customer information that's compliant with ADA signage and help points. So fundamental ADA work complementary to elevator work, which I will come on to later on. So moving to ESI then, again, I'm going to reiterate, if I had concluded in my findings that this was merely addressing aesthetics, I wouldn't be supporting this, but it's not. The fundamental issue here is state of good repair work. If anyone doesn't believe that, we can take anyone in this room over to the Astoria line and we can show you examples of the selected stations on the Astoria line where now that we've peeled back the fabric, you can see the underlying structure, literally structural components such as steel work, need to be repaired. That in no way is an aesthetic improvement. It's stuff that's got to be done. And so people have asked, and a fair question, how did you select these stations? Well, we were mindful of what's called the Station Structural Component Survey, which is a survey that is undertaken periodically, which rates on a scoring mechanism the underlying state of every asset component within that particular station. And where the system-wide average of state of good repair for NYCT stations is 28%, in other words, 28% of components at those any particular station on average is in good repair. For the ESI stations, 40% were found not to be in good repair. So the actual average was way worse, if you like. It depends which way round you look at it, but it was there was a higher need to address structural deficiencies at those locations. So structural conditions are being addressed as part of these ESI components. We've also been addressing things like lighting, platform edge improvements, increasing capacity in the fare control areas, installing cameras, which is good for security, and as I've said, particularly focusing on structural repairs, which isn't to say, for transparency, that what you might call cosmetic items aren't included. They are. But our philosophy was, because the intention was to get in, get done, and get out, why go back in if you're in there anyway to address component deficiencies and to address state of good repair? Why then go back in later to finish the job off and, with the aesthetics? While the station's closed, you may as well tackle them. So again, a question that was asked of me, and I would have asked it had it not been posed, is why aren't elevators included in these packages? Well, primarily two reasons. One, because they are being addressed via the separate but complementary ADA program, which I will come on to. And secondly, because the stations that were chosen were typically adjacent to accessible stations, and there's a science behind how we're going about addressing the ADA upgrades. You can't do them all at once. You literally can't have every station under construction. So what we're aiming to do is fill in gaps. Three of the stations on the programs were already accessible: 34th Street, 8th Avenue and 34th Street, 7th Avenue, and Hunters Point Avenue. So accessibility, again, a point I want to stress, is being addressed by ADA program, which I will come on to. So a bit more about ESI. This is an example where we've rehabilitated the station entrance. It's been completely rebuilt. You can see there the new the stairs, the risers and the treads have been renewed. The supporting framework has been renewed. Next one is Prospect Avenue, 4th Avenue line on the R. Yes, it's true that the control area has been improved in that we've put in the new electronic displays. But if you look more closely, you can see that cameras have been installed. On the right-hand picture, there's a couple of OmniScan cameras that have been fitted there. We've upgraded the floor, which was in a very poor state and was causing a trip hazard, and things like lighting have also been addressed. Another program, again, complementary, is what's called the City-Sponsored Station Project, and that has a budget of $300 million, and these are stations of the city's choosing. And these are, so again, designated by the city. They're designed to enhance station access and to alleviate crowding, support the city's economic development and housing strategy, and we've worked with the city to identify which stations should be included within this particular program. Within that budget of $300 million, we've tentatively selected 5 stations. I can tell you which they are. They're Broadway Junction on the A and C, 170th Street, Jerome on the 4 line, Livonia Avenue on the 7 line, Flushing Main Street on the 7 line, which is already accessible, and Queensborough Plaza on the NW and 7 lines, where I was just yesterday, actually. Those have been chosen on an initial basis. We're just finalizing that package, working again with the city, and we believe that several more stations will be made accessible through this program. So on that same theme then, on to accessibility. This map shows you the current and in progress, in flight, if you like, stations that are accessible. Green shows the current, pink shows the in progress. What that map says to me is there's a lot of work going on. 118 stations are currently accessible, which, if you just look at it as a percentage, isn't that great out of 493, but I can tell you it's way more in terms of an actual base figure. It's way more than any other system in North America. Currently we serve 48% of our ridership. I said before, I want accessibility to be a theme of my tenure, so we're not saying that we're satisfied with that. We do want to push on with the accessibility program. So I'll come back to that in a second. There's 118 stations currently accessible, 25 are in progress. That includes the remaining 13 key stations out of the 100 key station program. 12 additional stations are currently underway. So I said I'd come back to then, how do we progressively make the system more accessible? Well, I can say today that we are going to commit a consultant, a company by the name of Stantec. We're going to engage Stantec to do a survey of the remaining stations. I want every other station, non-accessible station, surveyed to establish the cost and the best solution to make each of them accessible. And one of the speakers actually said, well, you know, what about ramps, what about escalators? We're going to give them a pretty clear mandate, and that is look with a fresh pair of eyes at every remaining station. What would it cost to make the whole system accessible, number one? And also, don't just assume it has to be an elevator of the current specification. Let's look with a fresh pair of eyes, innovative pair of eyes, at how we can make better use of scarce tax dollars to come up with an accessible solution. So we want every other station done. That's 150 stations. They'll be evaluated by 150 stations, evaluated this year, and the balance next year. So what I'm saying is by the end of next year, for the first time, we will know what the cost is and the practicality of making all of them accessible. And that's certainly something that I'm committed to, and it's consistent with that commitment made 6 weeks ago when I arrived here. That's really what I wanted to say today. So here are my conclusions. Sorry, I've already covered that point. So what I would ask board members to consider is this is a comprehensive package. It's not just ESI. It's the city's selected stations. You've got to consider the ADA program, the renewals program I've talked about, the components program, and collectively that makes up a comprehensive stations capital program. So the next steps will be to work with the board work group on accessibility, to work with the community to identify ADA stations and refine the selection criteria. We want to continue to do this in a logical manner, progressively making our system fully accessible. We should continue to use the station condition survey to identify state of good repair needs. And we want to propose an investment strategy as part of the next 20-year capital needs assessment to truly push on, keep our stations in a good state of good repair, progressively make them more amenable to our customers and more pleasant for our customers to use, but critically also make this system ultimately fully accessible. So that's my report back. I hope that was useful as you consider what you want to do with the ESI package, which again, just to reiterate, is one part of a massive overall program. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Andy Byford? Carl?
As you know, Mr. Chairman, there are several ESI items on the agenda today for action, and I have many specific objections to the items on our agenda. I assume we will discuss those items as they come up. But I would like to make just a couple of comments generally about Andy Byford's report. First of all, I want to, I said at the Finance Committee on Monday that the minutes of the Finance Committee did not reflect my comments on this program, and I want to apologize to the staff because I got my committees confused, and I actually had made my comments at the Transit Committee, and those were reflected there, and so I apologize to the staff for questioning their accuracy of the minutes on Finance Committee. And I want to thank Andy Byford for tackling this issue so early in his tenure here, and again appreciate, as I said on Monday, his openness and fresh eyes that he's bringing to so much of the challenges, so many of the challenges before us. I I continue to say that this is, and in a certain way, I think what Mr. Byford has shown in this presentation is, while a lot of things are going on, there is just an incredible lack of coordination among these various programs. I mean, I think the telling point that he made was, when you do a station, why go back in again? And yet what we're finding is that an ESI program is sort of separate from a station and good repair program, is separate from accessibility program. Clearly, on many of these stations that are going to be closed, we're going to have to go back in again. We're going to have to go back in once. We're going to have to go back in twice. We're going to have to inconvenience riders with stations being closed for an extensive period of time. And second, I do question the $1 billion that we're spending on the ESI program at a time when the subway system is facing so many challenges. Clearly, we do have to address stations that are in desperate and dangerous conditions, and those have to be addressed immediately. But we also face some very, very serious challenges. Perhaps the most significant one is signalization, and to divert money that could go to signalization to this strikes me as at a time when we have to be very careful about our resources in inappropriate allocation of resources. Third, the lack of addressing accessibility at these stations as a high priority issue, and the fact that our accessibility program is really trailing this program instead of this program trailing accessibility concerns me. I mean, I appreciate that we now have an accessibility task force that is looking at accessibility at stations, but this program is going in, making major investments in stations when we could be doing it all at the same time and all in a much more focused, and my guess is much more efficient financially as well as in terms of time way. And finally, I will just once again stress the lack of coordination with the city on these 31 stations. I do appreciate, and I know Commissioner Trottenberg will speak more about this, the 5 stations where the MTA is working closely with the city, and I think that the benefits of the city and the MTA working closely, I think, are clearly evident, and perhaps at no time more evident than seeing the announcement from J.P. Morgan yesterday. But to not have a program of this magnitude coordinated with the city, I think is just a mistake. And I will hold and respond on the specific stations when those action items come up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too want to compliment President Byford. I enjoyed his presentation, and it is certainly, I think we are all loving the fresh eyes and the great expertise and perspective he's bringing to the job. And before we talk about the ESI program, I want to jump back to the comments we heard earlier today about improving bus service and his commitment to do a bus action plan. And the city got to read about the subway action plan in the New York Times when it got announced. I have a bold idea for the bus action plan. Let's have the city and the MTA be partners, because clearly on bus service we are partners. The MTA runs the service, the buses, but we help manage the streets. So I really think that should be a joint effort, and I hope my fellow board members will see that would be a great way to go in improving bus service. Something we're all very committed to do, and I think it's been exciting that President Byford has made it a priority. And I appreciate he didn't have much time to sort of take on the assignment of understanding all the different work that's being done at all the stations. And, he sort of brings up something I want to once again, because I think it's become a little bit of a straw man. I have never said that I thought that all the work in these stations was aesthetic. I think much of it isn't. That has never been my concern about it. My concern about it has been I don't understand the methodology of how we chose these stations for this program, other stations for other programs. You know, I've heard, you know, these were ones we could do in 6 months, or these were ones that have 40% of the components as opposed to the average of 28. But I assume if there's an average of 28, that maybe there's some that have 80% of components that need work. Both in this meeting and in the committee meetings, I've heard of something called a station conditions report. But then we were told it was actually not a report, it was a database. Then President Byford just mentioned a station structural component survey. I don't know if these are the same things. Maybe someone could, they're all the same thing. I don't know how this board can understand these programs and make good decisions if we don't have access to whatever it is, a survey, a report, a database. I think that's basic information we should have. I think we should have it. I think the press should have it, the advocate should have it, the public should have it. And I'm not saying we haven't made great decisions here, but I sort of stand by my objection all along, which is I still don't really understand, as my colleague Carl Weisbach was saying, how we made these decisions. And again, the city, I found the press release here about the ESI program announced by the governor on January 8th. I think it was another one we sort of read about in the papers. So I'll ask the chairman or President Byford, can we get a version of this survey, this report, this database? I think it would help all of us understand the state of each of the stations. And we understand it's a living document. Things are always changing. I have a bridge inventory, but my condition of the bridges changes every day, but it doesn't mean it's still not useful to take that snapshot in time. I think it would help us all here, because obviously some of us feel like we still, even despite the good presentation, we don't totally understand how these are the stations that got picked. Thank you.
So I will, excuse me, Commissioner Trottenberg, Polly, I'll look at the database as well and see how we can be shared. I know it's a living document. I look at every 10 years we put together a report about what we need to do. We do put that online. So let me take a look at it and completely share it with you. How we do that and go about doing it. I just need to look at the format.
No, thanks. And I know there's the 10-year document, but my sense from the briefing is that your folks were using much more up-to-date living data than the report that comes out every 10 years. Right. Obviously, 10 years is too long a time period.
And I think the similarity to what the city DOT has with the bridges and how it changes on a day-to-day basis is very apt. I'd also like to address your offer to work together on the bus action plan accepted. I truly think that the bus action, that buses is a joint effort between the city, especially the City Department of Transportation and the MTA. The difference that I'd like to highlight between the subway action plan and the bus action plan is one that the city, the subway action plan was the result of what I've said over and over again, a lack of investment in the infrastructure, the deteriorating infrastructure within the subway system and the amount of work that needed to be done down there. The subway action plan is one that, the equipment is generally all new. We're getting newer buses. We're getting even more the bus action plan, I'm sorry. We're getting new buses, and we're getting new, more energy efficient buses and all of that. So it's not a matter of infrastructure. It is absolutely a matter of working together. We do have some things to do with, on-time performance, and we do have things to do with getting information out. Many people today didn't know when the next bus would come. Again, Bus Time, the app is available. It's in all 5 boroughs. It's there. In my experiences, it's very accurate, so that there is an ability to know when the buses are coming. We need to do a better job of communicating that. Looking forward to working with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Veronica, then Mitch, then Andrew.
President Byford, thank you very much for your presentation. Not only did you delve into the issue of the ESI packages, but you also, in your presentation, referred to many of the comments and concerns that have been raised in many discussions and provided a response to those concerns and those issues that have been raised, and I sincerely appreciate that. I also want to thank the MTA staff for the white paper that they circulated to the board on the ESI packages. I also found that incredibly informative, and it reminded me of some key things. And while President Byford provided additional clarity on the selection of the stations, I think that that explanation begets at least my additional clarity to provide to you all on my feelings around these ESI packages. So these projects were first announced by the governor 2 years ago, and then some money was put aside in the capital program, which was approved by this board in April 2016, and that placeholder amount was about $64 million for the ESI program. This is now a program that is just about $1 billion. Now, I wanted to note that $64 million included in the capital program was very likely a placeholder, and I want to acknowledge that. But to have grown from $64 million as an initial placeholder to $1 billion now for this program is a significant increase. And that increase is in large part due to the larger scope of the station renewals. Now, of these 33 stations, 5 of them were already included in the capital program for station renewals, and the remaining 28 were included for specific components. So my clarification and my clarity comes from wanting to make the point that those very needed components, many of which President Byford and others have pointed out as needing to happen, should have continued as specific components of the capital program. My objection and challenge is around the larger station renewal project, the additional 60% of projects that have not been identified as state of good repair projects, that have driven the cost of these packages up to $1 billion. My position has never been that a lot of these enhancements, even the art, even the lighting, is not needed. My position is not now. And I think that's an important clarification. Not that they're not needed, not now, because of the other needs that we have. We still have outstanding capital needs that have not yet been met, and we've not identified funding sources for those needs yet. So I wanted to offer that, to note that this larger station renewal is what is being challenged here, not these individual components as they were originally included in the capital program. All of these things, those station components, those specific station components for the 28 other stations should continue to be advanced. But the larger aesthetics and lighting and the 60% that falls into that category, not now.
Andy, could I go back with you on the accessibility issues you raised? Okay. I get the impression from the report that you are trying to go community by community rather than station by station. Is that so as to ensure that each community, and I'm not defining community in the Long Island sense, I'll define it in the New York City sense, each community which has a variety of stations has at least 1 or 2 stations within their parameters that would be accessible? Is that the plan, or am I missing something?
Is that on? Commissioner, there's more to it than that. I mean, what we tried to do is we're trying to progressively make the system accessible, but because you can't do every single station at once for myriad reasons, we're trying to apply a bit of a science behind how we do it, and that's, and by the way, entirely consistent with the way other properties have done it or are doing it as well, which is to look at a number of factors: the demographics of that particular area, the importance of that station in terms of footfall and the interchange opportunities that it affords, the existence or otherwise of things like seniors' homes or hospitals in the immediate vicinity, the distance between that proposed station and other accessible stations. So if you have a long stretch with absolutely no accessible stations, you should look to at least infill that particular location. The opportunities to have a third party perhaps co-fund or ideally completely fund that particular installation. There's a whole bunch of factors that go into how we choose the various programs that we've undertaken to date, and how we're going about fixing the rest of them.
And in context of all of that, the goal would be that if there was a station that was already accessible, and you had a choice between making accessible the next station, which is in the same area, or a station in an area which is not already accessible and does not have one, that one of the factors that would help make that decision would be the fact that you would try to make the second area accessible to some degree, as opposed to making the first area accessible completely and the second area not accessible at all.
I think you, as you say, it's one of the factors, and as I said in my list, which probably wasn't exhaustive, you need to look at all of the factors in order to do this in an equitable manner, in a logical manner, in one that makes best use of tax dollars, and which at least until we get to a fully accessible system, which I think we all want to do, I definitely want to, that you are at least making the system as accessible, progressively as accessible as it can be, because people with a mobility impairment have less distance to travel if you have reasonably spaced accessible stations rather than somewhere that's completely accessible and another area nearby that is a desert in terms of accessibility.
Now, does that list of factors, is that list of factors, including the community issue, playing into the issue of why some stations are now being repaired without including accessibility? No, let me phrase it this way. Without including the elevator, escalator, ramp discussion in that purview?
Are you talking in context of ESI?
Or even ESI, or even the L line, or things that we are not doing.
Sure.
Not doing together. Let me phrase it that way.
Okay. So the main thing for me, and this is the lens that I applied in looking at this, and I would just like to comment back on something that one of the other commissioners made, was the first point to me should be state of good repair. It's I always look at things through the customer's lens, and there is no point. And ultimately, a customer would rather have slightly shabby surroundings but a regular train service than beautiful surroundings and you're looking at a watch to wonder where the train's got to. But equally, before someone goes, well, in that case, then we shouldn't be choosing ESI. If the station, though, the components within the station are degrading, and if you just let them continue to degrade, it's a bit of a Pyrrhic victory to have a station that's fully accessible, but oops, you can't get into it because it's closed, because it's fundamentally dangerous. It may have a brand new state-of-the-art elevator, but if the platform and other elements within the station, the ceilings, the walls, are in danger of collapse, how does that help the accessibility cause? So that was the point I was trying to make in my presentation. You have to look at these programs in the round. There are state of good repair items, a program. There is an accessibility program. There is an ESI program. There is a component renewal program. And together, they're progressively, I would argue logically, that was the filter I applied, making our stations not only accessible, but keeping them open, providing greater capacity, which is where we've been decluttering mezzanines, so that you've got greater input, and building a system that's fit for purpose for New Yorkers for the future.
I guess, as I said, the question that related to that was the issue was there are stations on every list, and I'm not arguing that the station should not be on different lists. They have different components, they have different needs, it's a different context for each station. The issue that, was the question that I had was the issue that some of the stations were on the state of good repair list and different stations were on the accessibility list, and understandably so. And the question is, do we then have to go back once we go through the accessibility list that we have today and go back as part of this new analysis to determine, do we now go back and make further accessible the stations we are now fixing under a different program?
Okay. So I do get the point you're making, and I get the point that was made earlier about, we are trying not to keep messing people about, customers about by, sorry, now your station's closed for this element, it reopens, now it's closed for that element, it reopens. I get that. But equally, because because not everything can be done at once, and if you waited to perfectly package everything, And with finite dollars, it's the, people may not like to hear this,
Right.
but that is reality, right? There isn't an unlimited pot of money. If you waited to package everything, I think the whole thing would take longer, because you would have to say for every station that now you're going to address state of good repair, accessibility, capacity, and maybe even some aesthetics included within it. If you were to do that for every station, every one of the remaining stations, I think that the list would actually, the cab rank, if you like, that some stations will be way at the back of that, and would probably be literally years before they got done. So I think you have to do this as logically as you can, with as little disruption and inconvenience as you can, but it may mean that some things do get done in a slightly different order.
Okay.
If I'm understanding you correctly.
that was the question I
To
was...
wait for perfection
Right.
at every station, some stations are going to be right at the back of the rank, and I would argue will probably fall into a state of disrepair, a dangerous state of disrepair before we get to them, in which
Right.
case you are into my scenario whereby, yeah, sure, absolutely, tick, you've made it accessible, but oops, station can't open because the rest of it's fallen apart.
Okay.
I recognize that
Thank
we
you.
have other commissioners that have their hands forward, and I've already recognized Andrew is next and Commissioner Merdler. But I'd also like to remind everyone, we can stay here as long as possible. I think having this type of open discussion is a very good idea, but we have not started the meeting yet. So with that, Commissioner Albert. Right, the business portion of the meeting. No, this part is very important, because I think it goes to the matter of understanding and trust and communication, which I think are three very important things that we have to work on.
Thank you,
together.
Mr. Chairman. I was actually doubtful of the ESI program in the beginning, but then I actually, at my community board, had a presentation on our three stations that are next in the group, 72nd, 86th, and 110th Street in Central Park West. And from the presentation, I was easily able to glean it is not just cosmetic. It's going to address bad platforms, the platform edges, poor lighting, stairway treads, width of stairways in some places, water remediation. All of these are essential things. So where I once was doubtful about this, I am not anymore. Plus, President Byford's eloquent presentation that all stations are being looked at and will be addressed in one way or another, I think is a great thing. Last month's discussion, there was a discussion of why is this station being selected? Why, for instance, isn't Chambers Street on the J&Z being selected for an ESI? Well, clearly, Chambers Street is of the condition that needs the $2.5 billion station rehabilitation program, not what ESI would do for it. And I think there might be some confusion between those station programs. And now there's, of course, the station component program as well. I'm assuming there is coordination between all three of these programs, and duplication will be avoided. I think the two most important aspects of service for riders are how frequently and how quickly the train comes and what the conditions are like while waiting for the train. And judging by the successes of thus far of the ESI program, I think that is great. Having cameras in the stations, I think, is wonderful. I think addressing ADA, as President Byford has mentioned, not every station can be made accessible. Some are actually adjacent to private property. Some don't have the geography. But I'm thrilled to hear that you're looking at new types of elevators which may fit into a smaller space. That would be wonderful. I think we should move forward with this next group and assess where we are with the next two groups and see how it's all come about and how close to budget it fell, and if riders are happy with the results. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a strong view in favor of looking at a picture in its full context. The subject of ESI and affixing stations was first raised by the governor early last year, and indeed I have just been going through emails in the spring of last year with then the acting head of this organization, Ronnie Hakam, about the selection of the 33 stations or 31 stations that were then contemplated. It was the subject at the time of a clear review that showed that the picture of our stations was awful. The condition was awful. The garbage accumulation was a separate problem. The yellow lines in the front were not properly maintained. It was not just cosmetics. It was an issue of how carefully these stations had been maintained over the years and how, with the passage of time, they had deteriorated. And that discussion occurred before two of the three of you were even on the board. It was carefully discussed. It was carefully examined. And there was a unanimity of view that the governor was right, that we had to clean up the stations, and these were the first 30-odd stations that were to be remedied. It was not intended to be the be-all and end-all. It was intended to be a beginning. And then, last year, a crisis developed and a realization came upon us that we had a much more serious problem in the subways, the problem being maintenance problems over the years, deterioration, and the like. And to his credit, Joe Lhota went to work on trying to fashion a subway action program. And he did it on a budget that was in the order of $500 million. Unfortunately, as part of the de Blasio service reduction program, half of that money disappeared. And so with the disappearance of that money that everyone had hoped for would be a part of a program of thorough subway work, it had to be reduced. And it has been reduced. But Mr. Byford has carefully articulated a beginning that is not all that some of us would have wanted, but it is a beginning of a program that will carefully and over a period of time be able to remedy the stations and remedy the even more basic problems that we have in terms of having a subway that is safe, comfortable, and gets you there on time. My point in all of this is the following. You cannot take ESI out of context. It has a history. It has a history and a purpose. And that is a purpose of having our subway stations reflect what is good about New York City, what is wonderful about it, what makes it the empire city of the world, and not be a city of deterioration, which had been allowed to occur over a period of years. The ESI program is essential. It is a good beginning. It is a decent beginning, and I thank you.
Commissioner Reckler.
I don't know if I'm going to have this Shakespearean drama as my co-commissioner here, but I'll do the best I can do. But I actually wanted, again, I wasn't here when the ESI was originally debated, but I just, from my perspective, I think that the discourse and the approach that the board has taken through this process over the last two meetings should be applauded. I think that the issues that were raised and concerns were raised are fair concerns, and I think the fact that President Byford went back and the staff has provided us with this white paper, did the analysis, and has made the judgment that we should move forward with this, from my perspective as a board member, something I respect and think is a model that we should be following as we go forward. I think having the discourse, raising questions, and letting the people that are in the leadership positions provide us with that feedback is critical. But I also just, again, not to keep going back to Commissioner Murther, but I do also agree that we need to think about this in a larger scope. And I do think that if you listen to the 25 or 26 speakers that shared their experiences with us, there's no doubt that our transit system is in a state of crisis. And we've been talking about this for time after time, meeting after meeting. But when you hear, these are real-life experiences, kids that can't get to school, kids that can't take tests, people that can't get to work. Not only is it costing our economy $20 billion a year, but in reality, the emotional strain that it's putting on our customers, this is unacceptable. And I think we need to take a step back and realize that we need to address this. And at our last meeting, we went through the financials and where we were, and we've talked about the subway action plan and how important it is to put that forward. And we actually, the President Byford shared the status as to where that is and the progress that's being made, and recognition that's going to take time to make those improvements be felt by our customers. But it's not going to happen without money. And we saw on the chart that was put forward by Robert that we have like a $400 million deficit in 2020, and that we have to find a way to fund this. And the Subway Action Plan, while it's great in terms of trying to stabilize the system, it's not going to fix the problems, because I think, as was said before, we have limited amount of dollars and we have a lot of problems ahead of us. And so one thing that I'd like to ask, Mr. Chairman, is that there is something that's been put out there, right? The governor commissioned a group to come up with the Fix New York City plan to discuss ways in which we could create a permanent funding source, a dedicated incremental funding source to improve our subway system, not only for the Subway Action Plan, but to bring it into the 21st century, to address the congestion problems that we're seeing on our streets right now as people are moving out of our subway up to the streets, to buses that aren't moving because there's just too much congestion on the streets, to give the city the tools to actually be able to do the enforcement with cameras and other types of tools, and work in conjunction with the MTA through that process, which obviously is critical here, and a recognition that we can't go back to our customers to ask them to fund this. This is much bigger than that. It's decades upon decades of a lack of funding, and we need to find a source that is not going to tap our customers to get that done. And while the Fix New York City plan, there may be areas for debate in general, I think those key principles that I just laid out are principles that we've all talked about along the way. And I'll just add the last one that was raised, which is that we need to regain the public's trust that if they're going to give us money, that we spend it wisely and practically and efficiently, because otherwise they shouldn't give us that money. And so what I'd ask is, between this meeting and the next meeting, is if we could set up a briefing for the board members that want to hear it, a briefing on the Fix New York City plan, and that at our next meeting we put forward a vote on the key principles of that plan, that we tell Albany and City Hall that we as a board, we are the ones that are responsible for making sure that we have a subway system that's functional, that meets the 21st century standards that our customers deserve. We believe this is a plan, these are the principles, will help us get there. And so I'd ask that if we could coordinate that in between this meeting and consider that for the agenda for the next meeting.
I will do my best to absolutely do this at the, before the next meeting. Whether or not we bring it to a vote at the next meeting, I think it's going to be subject to a lot of discussion amongst the members, but we will move in that direction. But most importantly, for everyone to get briefed. And I'll talk to you. You were a member of the Fixed NYC Commission. I'll talk to you about who's the right folks to make that presentation. Ira.
Briefly, hopefully I'll stay. I'm going to try to keep it to 2 minutes. I just want to thank everybody on the Accessibility Working Group, Commissioners Jones, Vanderpool, Glucksman, and Weisbrod. We're hoping to draft Commissioner Albert onto that. And Ronnie Hakeem's been heading it up, and I'm very happy for Andy Byford's jumped right in on our working group. I think we've made a lot of progress in the first 2 meetings. But on stations in general, I think one thing we missed here, and I think Commissioner Myrtle actually touched on it, is maintenance. I mean, I think going forward, we're talking about capital improvements, but why did we get here? I mean, I'm very familiar with the stations in Astoria. They do need the work. The mezzanines were made from wood. It's time to replace them. But also, when you're talking about replacing structural steel, I start to think, well, if steel's properly painted, it should last an extremely long time. Maybe it wasn't. And why was that so? And we can't let that happen again, or still happen, and it's happening. If you go around the system, you look at stations, you see a lot of peeling paint. Paint's not a replacement for the renovations we're doing, but it should be done as a regular maintenance. And other cleaning, whatever you want to call it, the things that regular maintenance needs to be done on our stations, and we do some of it, but probably nowhere near it as we should, which got us to where we are. As far as the ESI program, I support it. Commissioner Weisbrod did ask a question, raise a very good point about, okay, we do the stations, now we come back later, we want to make some of them accessible, or maybe all of them. We're working on that in the accessibility group, but can we put a set of elevators in a station without disrupting the passengers very much? You look at a station, that's probably possible. So that's something I think that needs to be said or examined, or to say that we don't have to go, when we do ESI, we don't have to go back and close the station to make it accessible. I don't think we do. especially those stations in Astoria. If you look at them, those elevated stations, I think you could add elevators without having to close those. At least I hope so. I don't think we want to go through closing those stations again. In conclusion, I think that's the question that has to be. That's one of the questions that have to be answered, to say that the ESI is not creating a situation where we have to close the station again. The idea is we don't close the station again. There may be other things we have to do down the road to that station. Again, as far as accessibility, we're looking forward to coming up with a comprehensive, multi-year, maybe even multi-decade plan to make the system hopefully fully accessible. We don't know yet, and that'll come forward hopefully in a year or two. Thank you.
Start the meeting. I want to begin by talking about some changes that have been made to senior staff. I will go quickly into this. First, I'm thrilled to announce that Kathy Rinaldi no longer has the word acting in her title, because she's been appointed to serve as the 6th president of MTA Metro-North Railroad. She is the first woman to ever serve in this position. She brings 15 years of dedicated service to the MTA. She served as Metro-North's acting president since July of 17. Before that, she was Metro-North's executive vice president. 5 years ago, she served as the MTA's chief of staff during my first tour of duty here, and I found her advice and counsel to be invaluable. She has a disarming and calm management style, razor-sharp intellect, and uncanny ability to break problems down into their component parts to quickly find a practical solution. I know Kathy will continue to push forward the progress that Metro-North has made in renewing the railroad and enhancing the confidence of all of its customers and riders. I ask you all in joining me in congratulating Kathy Rinaldi on this well-deserved promotion. Next, we've promoted Helene Fromm to serve as our new Chief of Staff. Helene previously served as MTA's acting general counsel. She did a great job at that, and we know she'll succeed in her new position. Helene, congratulations and best of luck. Thank you. Helene's promotion left open a position here at the MTA as general counsel, and I'm pleased to announce that this position has been filled. Tom Quigley, sitting next to me, joined just a few weeks ago as our new general counsel, and we should all be thrilled to have him on board. Tom is a nationally recognized litigator who has been a partner at the law firm of Winston & Strawn for the last 25 years. He brings to the MTA deep experience in both litigation and administration. And Tom, it's my pleasure to welcome you here to the MTA family. Once again, no, you can't leave. Once again, in spite of. Once again, this month we're seeing signs of stabilization in our subway system thanks to the Subway Action Plan. Just a comparison of a couple of numbers from June, a month before we started the plan, and December. Major incidents are down 38% from 81 to 50. Major track incidents are down 63% from 19 to 7. Look, stats might show improvement, but to me the most important thing is that New Yorkers actually start to feel the difference, and I won't be happy until they start to feel the difference. Progress will not stop until we get there. And finally, last week we presented 34 employees with medals of excellence. These awards were to honor extraordinary acts of bravery and heroism, compassion, and distinguished public service, all by New York City Transit employees, including Staten Island Railway, as well as MTA bus employees. It was a great opportunity to celebrate not just the job that they do every day, but what they do going above and beyond the call of duty. We heard about employees who risked their lives to save others, who bravely prevented crimes, who ensured that our riders were safe, and who protected lost children. The stories were all different, but they all had the same theme. New York City Transit, as well as Staten Island Railway and MTA bus employees, exemplify the ideals of what it means to be a good public servant, who prove themselves to be exceptionally alert, exceptionally brave, and in the most difficult and high-risk situation. These awards are further evidence of the great staff and great people that we have working for us. With that, we'll begin the business part of the meeting. The minutes from the January meeting have been distributed to all members. So moved. Are there any corrections, changes, edits? There being none, all in favor say aye. All opposed, motions carry. Let's begin with the report on the Committee on Finance. Commissioner Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. The Finance Committee met on Tuesday and reports the following. There are 3 action items for board approval. The first action item requests the adoption of the MTA 2018 budget and the 2018 through 21 financial plan is revised per the February financial plan described in the board book. The next action item requests the authorization of the MRT-2 escalator payments, the Dutchess, Orange, and Rockland counties. And the last action item to be considered and recommended is a transfer of the 2017 TBTA operating surplus as described in the staff summary and resolution distributed at the Bridges and Tunnels and the Finance Committee meetings. The committee recommends these action items, and I move them.
I'll second them. Do we have any questions, comments before we vote? There being none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, there are 20 procurement items this month in the total amount of $96 million. The board book includes the full staff summary for Cambridge Systematics, Inc., that was inadvertently omitted from the Finance Committee book. The committee recommends these procurements, and I move them.
I'll second that. Are there any questions, comments, changes? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
There are 7 ratifications in the total amount of $41 million. The committee recommends these ratifications, and I move them.
I'll second that. Any questions or comments? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
There are no non-competitive procurements. There is one real estate action item, which is described on pages 86 through 87 in the board book distributed for this meeting. The committee recommends this item, and I move it.
I'll second it. Are there any questions or comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries.
That concludes the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, the report from the Transit Committee from Vice Chairman Ferrier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Transit and Bus Committee met on Tuesday and reports the following. There are 5 procurement items which were presented this month in the committee in a total amount of $134.2 million. There's 1 non-competitive procurement for New York City Transit for $19 million. The committee recommends this procurement, and I move it.
I'll second it. Are there any questions or comments? I'm sorry, could you speak in the microphone? We couldn't hear.
I'd like to be recused from item number 19, please.
Any other comments? Yes.
I'd like to just talk for a second about the Judlow contract here, which is C number 2.
It's not in this right here.
I'm sorry.
We'll take it up later when we take an item off the table.
Okay.
Right. That opportunity.
Right.
Right. Any further comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
There are 2 competitive procurements for $111.9 million for New York City Transit. The committee recommends these procurements, and I move them.
I'll second them. Are there any questions or comments? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
There are 2 ratifications, one for New York City Transit for $1.7 million and one for MTA Bus Company for $1.6 million. The committee recommends these procurements, and I move them.
I'll second them. Are there any questions or comments? Commissioner Vanderpool.
I would like the record to reflect my no vote on both ratifications for this reason. $3.3 million is going toward retrofitting buses. 175 of them were retrofitted on the production line, or I'm sorry, 138 of them were retrofitted on the production line. 75 of them were retrofitted once they were off the production line. Commissioner Reckler made a statement, and many of us have made this statement over many board meetings, that in order to regain the public's trust, we have to spend money efficiently. Wrapping buses and paying to retrofit buses to wrap them yellow and blue and add Wi-Fi and USB ports, I do not think is an efficient use of our resources here, particularly because these new yellow and blue buses are still declining in service. We saw 2017 bus service I think is declined by 5.8%, if I recall, from the previous year of 2016. So I just want to make that note that we as board members do have a responsibility to look very critically at how we're spending these resources and asking the question, is that investment worth it? Was it worth spending $3.3 million to retrofit these buses in this way at this time? So I will be voting no.
Any further comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Ms. Vanderpool, anyone? Thank you. Motion carries.
This concludes Transit and Bus Committee report from Tuesday. At this time, Mr. Chairman, I move, now that President Byford has had an opportunity to thoroughly examine the procurements, to take off the table and consider the 3 procurements that the board placed on the table in January.
I'll second it. All in favor of moving the tabled items back for board consideration? For consideration, is all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We move now forward. We'll now consider the 3 tabled enhanced station initiative procurements that the Transit Committee recommended to the board at the January meeting. These are 3 competitive ESI procurements that are included in this month's book. I will move these procurements. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Discussion, questions, comments. Commissioner Saul?
Right. I have just 2 quick comments. The discussion that we had before on basically the Transit Authority's capital plan, I think we left out one very important item in the discussion. If we're going to go back, and I think station enhancement and state of good repair is probably the most critical issue that this committee faces, and if you need, all you had to do is look at the pictures that we saw or go to a lot of these stations and hear the comments from the people. The system is in bad shape, and before we go ahead with any more of these mega projects, I think it's very important, since we're dealing with a pie that can only be stretched so far, that we very carefully look at the money we spent. I know we're going forward with a 2nd Avenue extension plan now, another big plan, another big capital expenditure. Before we do that, I think we have to really look very carefully at, do we spend the money on these new expansions, or do we go back and look at the system that we now have? Because if we don't do that, we're going to have more of the problems that we've had occurring, in operating the system. And so I think this discussion is bigger than what we had before, and I think we should certainly expand it if we're really going to do it. The second thing, I know that we're going to give one of these, and by the way, I am in favor, obviously, of the enhanced station proposals that you have here, but Judlow, I know, and I've been assured by the staff that the Cortlandt Station situation, there are a huge amount of unresolved issues there, in my opinion, that have to be resolved between now and the finishing of that project. A lot of extras, and a lot of the extras are not the contractor's fault, in my opinion, but whatever it is, I would like to see a report on a timely basis every quarter as this thing progresses, so we see how these extras and these added work items are being dealt with. I think it's very important, because it's not just Judlow. I think this board has now made it very clear to the contractors that are working here for the MTA that we expect on-time performance. We expect performance without these huge amount of extras that we've been getting. And I think it's important that we see this Cortlandt job finished. And I hope we get reports back, Joe, where we stand on this and where the extras come out at the end.
Yeah. Andrew, you have my word. I am as concerned as you are about Cortlandt, but also to get the information out. We do have some of it online. I'll make it available in any shape or form that you'd want on our projects as to where we stand against both the timing and the cash that the projected dollar amount, because those are 2. There are other hands raised. Yes, Commissioner.
Well, first, let me just say, I actually agree with Commissioner Saul's first statement about the need to get back to basics. We've heard a lot on Monday about
Tuesday.
The issues of signalization and how and I think everyone here knows that that is a major, major challenge confronting our subway system, and I know that Mr. Byford is looking at that. It's not sexy because the public doesn't see it right away, but and it tends to, I think, get short shrift because it takes a long time to make changes, whereas the more visible projects are a lot sexier, both expansion projects and improvement projects. But unless we address those basic systemic problems, and I think that the Subway Action Plan is the tip of the iceberg on that, we're going to have these problems forever. And so I agree with Commissioner Saul on that. I would like, as I said earlier, I won't reiterate or repeat my general objections to the ESI program, but I do have a number of questions about the specific packages before us, and specifically package number 4, the Judlow package. First of all, just in general, we are presented with these packages of, in this case, $125 million without any breakdown among the stations. Do we have a breakdown of what each station is going to cost us among these 5 stations? I'm just asking.
Yeah, Steve? Sorry.
I have a bunch of questions, Steve, for you on this. You'll be happy to know.
I don't have the individual breakdown of the stations with me right now, but we can certainly get that to you.
I think it's really, and this just applies more generally to this program. We've seen ESI programs come through for the Long Island Railroad with very, very specific one station at a time. And it's almost impossible, just on a granular level, to be able to evaluate a package like this without knowing what each station is going to cost and without actually knowing, because nowhere in the material we've gotten is there any indication actually of what we're doing at each of these stations. And these stations really run the gamut. You've heard me before on this say, why are we doing the 57th and 6th Avenue station, one of the most underutilized stations in the system, one of the newest stations in the system, a station actually that would be very easy to make ADA accessible. Why are we doing this station, not making it ADA accessible, and what are we actually doing there? I mean, we don't even have that information before us. That's on the one side of it. On the other side of it, we have these 2 Penn Station stations, 2 of the most active stations in the system, in and surrounding Penn Station, which, as we all know, is going to be and is a major, major regional project, which should incorporate, and I presume will incorporate, these 2 stations. What are we, and offers, as we've heard from the governor and from people here, the importance of value capture, offer the option and opportunity for value capture. Why are we spending, we don't even know how much we're spending on these 2 stations, which, by the way, were not even on the governor's original list, and as far as I know, have never actually, at least not while I've been here, come before the board to add to this original list. So why are we doing these 2 stations, given all of those problems and all those challenges and issues on the Penn Station side? Why are we doing the 53rd, 56th, 7th, and 6th Avenue station on the more modest side? What is the coherence that Andy Byford was talking about earlier that binds this ESI program together? And we don't even have that information before us, Mr. Chairman. So I would ask, at least with respect to package 4, that this item be laid over until we get that information so we can make an honest judgment about, and at least get the answers to some very basic questions. Thank you.
We can certainly provide that information, but I have to say that we presented quite a number of packages in the past, and no one has ever asked for any level of detail. I'm not saying that we couldn't have provided it beforehand. It's certainly available but certainly from our level, we've sort of wrapped this up, and we've been very consistent with our presentations. Certainly, at committee, I have highlighted every single ESI action thus far, which I think, quite frankly, would have, if these questions were important, I would have absolutely come back, as I have in the past, with a probably excruciating amount of detail with regard to being able to answer your questions, as I have in the past when asked.
I'm sorry. I mean, with all due respect, Steve, I've asked at least the last 2 meetings, why are we doing these 3 stations? And I've not gotten answers. I've asked the same questions the same time. The only thing I'm asking now, which seems to, I would think would be information we would have, is actually what we're doing at each of these stations and how much each of these stations are going to cost. And that's just very basic information. I just don't see how we as a board can vote on $125 million without having that information before us.
And because you raised the question, Carl, if you go back to the press release, the January 8th, it's 2016, not 2017, where the ESI program was announced, there's a link that goes to the original set of stations. The Penn Station stations are not on there. So to your point, it's not clear to me how they got onto the list, so to speak. They weren't in the governor's original announcement.
Did this board ever approve? I mean, I've only been here 6 months, but did this board ever add those 2 stations?
No.
That's what this is about. So, Mr. Chairman, at least until we can get an answer to that, to those questions, I would ask that this matter be put over until March. At least package number 4.
Mr. Chairman. My turn?
Yes, Mr. Schwartz.
I appreciate all the constructive comments that I've heard today regarding the Enhanced Station Initiative. And I do believe that with Mr. Byford on board now, no pun intended, that we're going to come up with a process going forward that'll be much simpler to understand and much more coordinated and streamlined and more accountable, not only to us on the board, but to the riding public as well. And I think there are a lot of other things through your initiative that we're doing to create greater accountability through a number of the committees that have formed on cost containment and procurement reform that will not only lower the cost of doing business by the MTA, but provide greater confidence and accountability. We have had months of debate and dialogue and discussion about the Enhanced Station Initiative. We've had board briefings, we've had committee discussions. These RFPs were put out many months ago. The bids were opened months ago. I think the time to ask and have all the questions answered, there's been plenty of ample time to do that. We also run the risk that these numbers that we got through these bids aren't going to last. These numbers could be withdrawn. And I think, people have had more than enough time to ask any and all questions that they felt they needed to ask before they make an informed decision. I think delaying the vote anymore puts the pricing at risk, and clearly will open up for more questions to be asked that someone didn't think of asking. So I'm asking that this board take a vote, and people can vote yes or no, and to move this initiative forward. What I clearly heard from Mr. Byford today is that under the Enhanced Station Program, this is about safety. This is about fixing structural problems, enhancing the safety of these stations, and that's something that we need to provide to the ridership that uses our system. So I am asking that we not delay taking a vote on all the enhanced stations that have been competitively bid and not delay this any longer. I think we've all, as board members, had ample time to ask questions. I do think, Steve, you need to provide the information that commissioners have asked for, but I don't think that requires a delay in the vote.
I just want to disagree with the assertion that there's been a lot of discussion around these, particularly because while we know what the 33 stations are, we still don't know what the remaining packages will be. It's our guess what the combinations of stations will be when they're put together in a package. So while we have had discussions with staff internally, we have had briefings, they have been very limited to those particular packages in front of us, and we've not had a good deal of lead time to really process a lot of the information.
I'm just going to respectfully disagree that you haven't had enough lead time or opportunity. Every board member here has unlimited opportunity to ask the chairman or staff for information or questions, and so I just think any further delays is unwarranted at this point.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what I said before, which I think, again, we had good discourse. I think we practiced good governance. I think issues were raised at our last meeting. We pushed off voting at our last meeting so that we could have the benefit of President Byford going through and doing a deep analysis with fresh eyes on what was planned, and he came back with a recommendation, and I think it's incumbent upon us to accept his recommendation and move this forward.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, and I appreciate what the desire to move this forward, the fact is that I have asked these questions at the last 2 board meetings, at the last committee meetings, with respect to these 3 stations, and I have never gotten an answer. So I appreciate that people want to move this forward. I appreciate there may be questions that come up after the fact that people sometimes think about and should have asked at previous board meetings. But the fact is, at least with respect to why are we doing these 3 stations, and why the 2 Penn Station stations, given all the questions that I've asked previously with respect to the major investment the public's planning to make in Penn Station, with respect to the potential for value capture, with respect to the fact that these two Penn stations were never, on, as far as I know, on anyone's list, and all of a sudden arrived before us. And in all due respect to what Mr. Schwartz said about RFPs, we don't see the RFPs. We see something that's presented to us as a final package. And it seems to me that for us to be voting on a $125 million package, when those questions, which I have asked at previous board meetings and committee meetings, haven't been answered, and we still can't answer them today, it seems to me the appropriate thing is to at least lay package 4 over until we get those answers.
Excuse me, were there other questions or comments? Yeah. So, Chuck, you had your hand raised. Do you no longer want to comment? Okay. There is a motion on the table to hold over the second package. Is there a second? Your motion to hold over the package number 2. Is there a second? Item's been seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Motion does not carry. We're going to consider all 3. The motion to consider all 3 have been moved and seconded. There being no further discussion, all in favor, say aye. 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 Any opposed? Hands raised? 2, 3. And the motion the motion carries. The procedures, the procurements pass. Where are we? Right. We're now on to the hold on one second. Where are we? The railroads met jointly this month. Dr. Metzger will deliver the report on behalf of Metro North and the Long Island Railroads. Susan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before reporting, I want to give my personal congratulations and those of the Metro North Committee to Catherine Rinaldi. our new president. She's been acting president since last July. We've made progress on a number of issues, and we look forward to continuing to work with her. That said, the Metro-North Railroad Committee and the Long Island Railroad Committee met jointly on Tuesday and reports the following. There is one action item for the Long Island Railroad. The action item requests the board to ratify an amendment to the Gateway Tunnel Agreement with Amtrak for the design, manufacture, and installation of a tandem wheel truing machine for $1.84 million and to authorize the expenditure of additional funds under the agreement up to $800,000 if necessary to accelerate the delivery of the machine. The committee recommends the action item, and I move it.
I'll second it. Are there any questions or comments?
Where are the other wheel truing machines for? Hillside or, I mean, Long Island City somewhere? Or?
One's at Hillside and one's at the diesel facility in Jamaica.
Thank you.
Any other further questions or comments? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries.
There are 4 non-competitive procurements, 2 for Metro-North Railroad in the amount of $6.2 million and 2 for Long Island Railroad for $30.2 million. The committee recommends these procurements, and I move them.
I'll second it. Are there any questions or comments? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries.
There are 2 competitive procurements this month for approval. One for Metro-North Railroad in the amount of $1.2 million and one for Long Island Railroad for $1 million. The committee recommends these procurements, and I move them.
I'll second it. Are there any questions or comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
There is 1 ratification for Metro-North for $1.2 million. The committee recommends this ratification, and I move it.
I'll second it. Do we have any questions or comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This concludes the Joint Railroad Committee report.
Scott, before we move on to bridges and tunnels,
thank you.
you have a
I
question?
just wanted to reiterate, at our last meeting, we had a briefing, which I thought was helpful on the positive train control. And I appreciated the sense of urgency that the staff had and the focus on it, but I did leave with a high degree of concern as to whether or not we're going to actually make it. At least from my looking at the math, it felt like we were 65% completed when we have to be done by year end. And there was a lot of, as we discussed transparently, and I appreciated the transparency of it, a lot of reliability on others to be actually get to the finish line of this. And so, what I don't want to take lightly, though, is this penalty, because I know it's it was a conversation as to whether or not that's something that we're going to be hit with by the DOT, but it was $27,000 a day, and if I did per train, so if I did my math right, it was something like $30 million per day, almost $1 billion per month. Now, I know we said the federal government's not going to hit us with that, but the federal government also took the Gateway Tunnel deal that we have. They were going to fund 50% and said they're not funding that anymore, and the federal government recently came back and then took the Gateway Tunnel and said it's not, lowered its rating in terms of priority and said it's not a priority anymore. And so I just don't want us to be complacent to think that we're going to have someone that's going to show us some leniency if we don't make that December date relative to the positive train control. And the other element was I noticed that the CEO of Amtrak noted that if trains weren't up to PTC, they're not going to be allowed on Amtrak rail. And so I think it's another thing that we need to address if we're not there. So I think on a parallel path of us working as hard as we can to try to get that finish line, I think we should also be thinking about what mitigants we may need to put in place or conversations we may need to have to the extent that we're not fully at that finish line and what level we would get there. So I just wanted to raise that as a follow-up from the last the committee meeting.
Commissioner Metzger.
I appreciate your concern. I can guarantee that it's been shared by both railroad committees for more than a year. The reason we decided to bring this to the joint committees every other month is to be sure that we've got our eye on it and we are attempting to deal with it. The important thing that I think you're seeing in the reports, it always comes to the end. It's not the pretty graphics, although they're illustrative. It's the items that we feel are at risk and what the mitigants are. And that's where we need to focus, not just every other month. The railroad committees will be focusing on it every month individually, but hopefully the entire board will get to see these presentations on an ongoing basis. We are committed to getting ourselves PTC compliant, and the committee wants to be PTC ready everywhere.
Right. I think that's an important point. The board wants the railroads to be more than just compliant, but ready. That's our goal, to be ready. Compliance, which the government requirement, is a much less level of achievement, but not satisfactory for what we want. So the whole issue on the fines and all of that is one thing. It depends on how we fine ourselves for not achieving more than what the federal government is asking for, to be fully up to speed. But I fully understand the concerns of the committee, and will report back to the committee every other month, if not more than that, because I've asked, I'll ask both Kathy and Pat to keep us informed as we go along, because now we're in the hands of software development. That part is that's the part that's the big question mark. Yes, Randy?
I'm more confident, having had that excellent presentation the other day, Tuesday's meeting. I'm not confident about the West of Hudson service, because we have to rely on NJ Transit. They are constantly being criticized for their not being prepared, and I know that we're going to be staying on top of them, and that's all we can hope for, that they will finally wake up. Thank you.
Thank you. There being no further comments, next is the Bridges and Tunnels Committee report from its chairman, Chuck Merdler.
Mr. Chairman, the Bridges and Tunnels Committee met on Tuesday, and I report the following. There are 4 competitive procurement actions this month in the total amount of $86 million. The committee recommends these procurements, and I move them.
I'll second it. Are there any questions or comments? Commissioner?
Yes, on the TransCore contract, I have a question, and it's actually my fault because I didn't realize this until this morning, but I asked for some clarification. Here we have a contract that was bid out in 2014, and the bid was just basically for the Henry Hudson tolls. And at that time, the contract bid was $7,900,000. Now we're giving a modification of $73 million on the basis of a $7.9 million contract. I don't know enough about this one, but it seems to me, and I asked for the original bids, how many bidders originally bid the amount and what were the amounts of the bids, because if you're going to piggyback on an older contract like this for this amount of money, I hope, and I wasn't at the committee, Chuck, and I didn't get the backup because it was asked for too late before this meeting. I hope that, we've really looked into that. And maybe you could just comment, because I know you're on top of these things.
I am a protege of yours on this issue. We did look into it. We had extensive discussion both before the meeting and during the course of it in terms of being able to be sure of 2 things. One, that the component parts were examined, and secondly, to make sure that it is a contract which, if new technology arises, that makes it suitable or even desirable to move away from this contract, we are free to do so at any time without any penalty.
But were you comfortable with the initial?
Yes.
Was it
Yes.
really competitively
Yes.
bid? With,
we had conversations about this before the meeting and at the meeting itself.
and you're comfortable with it?
I am.
Any other questions or comments? The item has been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. That's it for the Bridges and Tunnels report, I presume. Okay. No, that's quite all right.
There are no non-competitive procurements and no ratifications. This concludes the Bridges and Tunnels Committee report, and I thank you.
Thank you. A reminder, our next board meeting is on Wednesday, March 21st at 10 a.m. And as many of the board members know, I've invited different groups of you to lunch in the next week or two, the purpose of which is to continue the discussions that we had this morning about what is it that we need to do as staff towards the board and enhancing communication. More to come when we have that. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. So moved. Seconded. Thank you very much. Wow.
Give me a picture. Give me a napkin so I can wipe this down. Mic check. Check 1, 2, 3. Check. All right, we good.
Test. Check. Mic check. Test. Test. 9, 8, 7, 6. Good.
Who's first? Greg Mocker?
Hello, Chairman.
Hey, how are you?
There was a discussion on Tuesday about classification of delays, and President Byford mentioned that overcrowding might be too often used. What do you want to know when it comes to what is causing delays? Are you finding out what is causing delays, and
Sure, as I've said
communicate that to us?
Sure, as I've said over and over again, I believe the delays are a result of the lack of investment, and we have signal problems, we have track problems, we have some infrastructure problems. They are by far, including water, they are by far the most significant reasons for the delays, and that is the focus of the Subway Action Plan.
Is it more than just a word, calling it overcrowding? Need to be more
Yeah, overcrowding, I read some articles that said I've said that over and over again. I couldn't find a single quote which said that I thought that was the overwhelming reason why there were delays. I think overcrowding, I'm dealing with overcrowding, it's not a function of them delays, but we actually have overcrowding. Our customers tell us that it's overcrowded. So we're experimenting. We're experimenting in certain cars that have a limited number of seats. We're experimenting with cars that have seats that pop up and pop down, as one of the people in the public hearing today mentioned. Would it be an idea for us to experiment with that to deal with the overcrowding issue? But yeah, overcrowding, and there have been articles written about, the last thing in the world I ever want to do is blame the customer. This is not a blame the customer. I love our customers. I love our riders. And what I think is really important is for us to get the systems fixed so that we can get more trains into the system and eliminate as many of the delays as we possibly can.
Joe, you cited statistical evidence that the Subway Action Plan is working, but at the same time you said, I'm not going to be happy until the riders believe it. Is that essentially saying we went from horrendous service in June to terrible service in December? Why would you essentially acknowledge that the people using these trains don't believe it?
I'm sorry, don't?
They don't believe this data right now.
Well, no, so let me alter the statement that I made. I'm not going to be happy until I feel a difference in the system as a rider. So I said, I'm not until our riders see the systems. I'm really talking about myself. Look, I look at the numbers and I see that there has been a reduction in the number of delays. But it needs to be more. We're 6 months now into the plan, and we are seeing some, but not enough. I mean, it's we're treating a patient, if you will. The patient's not ready, not ready to go home yet. We got a lot more work to do.
On your own commute, you usually take the 2-3 from Brooklyn?
Except on the weekends when it's closed down, unfortunately.
Doesn't run at all. But the trains that you take, when you talk about what you feel, are you seeing the train traffic ahead of us, the sick customer, the rail condition, the signal problems?
Well, it's interesting. I now have the ability to get reports directly from the RCC about sick customers and exactly what's happening with them, and what kind of illness it is, and whether or not EMS needs to be brought in, or we can deal with that ourselves, and all of that stuff. So, when I hear reports like that, sick customer in particular, I have access to know a little bit more information. That's all. I'm very interested also when we have unauthorized people on the track. We seem to be getting more and more of them lately, and it's concerning to me, and I'm worried about it. And so my experience. Look, I think my experience is short. I take the 2 and the 3 when I do personal things. When I come here 4 and the 5, it's much more convenient since it's right downstairs, and it's very it's one stop basically. So it's pretty straightforward. But I do see overcrowding. I also know, given my lifestyle, that I leave normally around 6:30 in the morning, that generally the traffic's not there. Though when I go there at 8 o'clock in the morning or 8:30 in the morning, it's significantly more crowded. So, I mean, it's for me, you're asking me about my experience. Come with me at 6 o'clock in the morning. It's a very different experience.
Thank you for thinking of us little guys, John, and Joe as well. The study into accessibility that Andy Byford mentioned today, what are the realistic chances of this whole system of the subway and Staten Island Railroad becoming accessible? As he mentioned, it would be his wish. And what about cost?
So, as he said, we're evaluating the cost as to what it would take. Look, the ultimate goal is to have the system is accessible to everyone. That is the goal, and when we achieve it, how we achieve it, how much it's going to cost is all what's being developed right now.
Hey, Mr. Chairman. So the ESI package is passed today, but I wanted to get a sense, based on the debate, are you planning on doing anything differently going forward for the next series, whether it's give more comprehensive breakdowns of how the money is being spent at each station, or more of the, quote-unquote basic information that some of the board members were asking for?
Right. Board, I will endeavor to answer as many of the questions as possible in the Transit Committee meeting. The reason why we have the committee meetings is to get all of the nitty-gritty, if you will, out on the table. And I will endeavor to do that. The request to break down a particular by location or by whatever, if more information is needed in the staff summaries, we'll work on that. Sure. Good to see you.
Good. Yeah, same here. You've been unable so far to get the city to contribute to the subway action plan, and of course the friction with MTA and city and state has been somewhat historical. Any hope of getting some change? That I do know you met with Corey Johnson last month. Possibly, for example, a new council speaker, maybe provide a little tailwinds in that direction.
It's possible, but remains. First off, this is part of what I would call a negotiation, and I really don't like to talk about negotiations in public. It's not the right thing to do. I am testifying in front of City Council in 2 weeks, and I'm sure there'll be lots of questions asked by members of City Council. And we're going to put a request in as Speaker Johnson has requested of me, would I be willing to meet with his members prior to get out some of the issues. As you know, when someone from the MTA, when the chairman from the MTA goes to City Council, which in my knowledge has only happened once before, generally the questions get quite local about a particular stop. So I'd like to get all those out of the way so that at the public hearing, it can be on more global issues and significant issues.
Thanks. I wanted to ask about the subway action plan. Last year, when there was a debate about getting the city to kick in the money, there was debate on the board. When the board said, you're going to chop the subway action plan, and you had said you're going to stretch the subway action plan. Now it's late February, and the city hasn't given the money. Have you been stretching out the subway action plan work, and how so? And if not, what does that do to your leverage in negotiations for getting city money?
We have started to stretch it out. I can't go into details now, as we did at the various different meetings that we had on Tuesday with the board and showed the numbers and the financial plan. But we have stretched it out. For the most part, it's about slowing down the hiring of workers. And quite honest, and we're doing it in a reasonable way. So we're continuing, the extra overtime work that we're doing with our existing workers, and as we bring on the new ones. Dana.
Joe. So, can you tell us when you informed the board that you'd become a Madison Square Garden director? And also, can you sort of describe the procedures you've put in place to avoid conflicts of interest?
So I was a member of the board of Madison Square of MSG Networks before I came on the board here, so in answer to the first question, it was included in the forms I filled out for the executive chamber, the state senate, and JCOPE. I included that in there. I did not inform the board of joining either one of those companies. Look, right from the get-go, I have discussed my relationship with MSG and both companies, and I've recused myself right from the very beginning on anything directly connected to any conflict of interest, any appearance of a conflict of interest as well. A process has been put in place for any recusals necessary, and as directed by both the General Counsel of the MTA and our Chief Ethics Officer, that I have absolutely no oversight or any vote involving the MTA or any of their affiliate companies. In MSG and the MTA and any of MSG's affiliate companies.
Hi. Responding to
Old?
What? Freezing.
Sorry.
So responding to Mr. Byford saying that there's a science in the way that you selected the ESI stations. Can we see that science? I mean,
It's interesting. Every time Andy said science, Andy, where is he? Every time Andy said science, I said his science is my art. But I didn't say it out loud. As you know, I no longer keep my microphone on during the meetings. Thanks to John's threatening of me. But in any event, we'll work with Andy and understand that. But I do think it's an art, because what he described is an array of different parameters and then weighing those parameters. And I'll work with Andy to figure out. But I'm not sure there's a single thing to show you, as there isn't when you create a piece of art. There's a lot of different parameters that go into it. For example, I mean, you don't want, as he said in a couple of the, you don't want to inundate a neighborhood. You don't want to inundate a community, as he mentioned. What you want to be able to do is to spread it around, and we're a large enough system to do that. You also want to understand those things that can be done in a 6-month time frame or less than that. You also want to have similarities in the stations so that you can package them together with the same contractors. Because as you saw today, there were 3 different packages put together. And so you want to be able to, those that have, a significant amount of tile work, for example, something as minor as that, tile work or work being, infrastructure work behind the walls, you want to be able to make sure that all 3 of them work together. Andy, is there any? Sure.
Mr. Chairman, and you'll have to bear with me because sometimes I use English expressions that maybe don't have the same meaning here in the US. So another way of putting it might be a methodology rather than a science. But yeah, and in any case, Sarah, I think I said, and I'll stand corrected on this, I just checked with John, I thought I said that in the context of the broader picture when I was asked about how these packages all fit together, rather than purely in the context of ESI. I mean, again, I'll stand corrected on that, right? I can always review the tape. But certainly what the point I was making was that there's a methodology that has to take into account different criteria, because as I was saying, and this is from recollection, that you look at how close is a candidate station to other stations. Is that within a particularly poorly served area for accessibility, or is it one where it's fairly richly served, in which case it might not be such a great candidate after all? What are the demographics of that particular area? What are the are there hospitals nearby? Is there a seniors home nearby? So that's what I meant really by a science. It wasn't just right, who shouts loudest, which station gets it. It was more methodical than that. That was the point I was making. We do have a white paper to which some board members alluded, that was circulated to remind them of that methodology and also the chronology of the various discussions that have happened. We will make that available to you after this meeting. John's going to hand it out.
One of the board members actually said they thanked Andy for his eloquent presentation. I'm one of those people from the Bronx who believes everybody who's from England sounds very eloquent.
A perfect introduction.
Oh, there we go.
Hi, Joe. I was wondering...
What part of the Bronx are you from?
In answer to Dana's question regarding Madison Square Garden, you said that you would recuse yourself from votes that not only have a conflict of interest, but even an appearance of a conflict of interest. Today, you voted for the ESI package that included the 2 stations at Penn Station, and so I was wondering, first of all, did you seek advice from council before voting on the package? And second of all, even if the general counsel said it was appropriate for you to vote on it, is there not an argument that could be made that it does give the appearance of a conflict of interest, and perhaps it would have been better for you to have recused yourself from that vote?
So I'll let counsel speak to that particular question, and then I'll add one other.
As the chairman said, we put a process in place to manage any actual or potential conflict of interest between Madison Square Garden Company and MSG Networks on the one hand and Chairman Loda on the other. What was before the board today was specific procurement contracts, and neither the Madison Square Garden Company nor MSG Networks was a stakeholder in any of those procurements that were put before the board. So we looked at it, we examined it. The chief ethics officer and I make the determination as to whether the chairman should be recused, and we didn't think that recusal was warranted or appropriate in these circumstances for those procurement contracts.
I don't have to make a further comment because he added what I wanted.
Sorry, but the second part of the question was about the appearance. Even if the general counsel says there's no need to recuse yourself, is there an argument that there is the appearance, given that many people traveling to and from Madison Square Garden use those two subway stations?
The appearance issue is one of, is there an interest in the part? I mean, Macy's has an interest in what we're doing on 7th Avenue and 8th Avenue. In fact, it's in their building at Macy's. It's across the street. They have entranceways in that line, and that's being built. But they have no financial interest whatsoever in the station or the subway as well. There's, Madison Square Garden is a unique location. They sell out every single game, so you can't get any more people getting there or into the place. So I don't. But there's no financial connection whatsoever, and no appearance of impropriety because they're located a block away from both of those, two of the stations that are being redone, or ESI.
Hi, Chairman. Wanted to get you to talk about the LIR's performance improvement plan. From what you've seen, does it go far enough to address some of the concerns that you voiced about the recent problems? How does it get paid for? And can you address some concerns raised by board members that maybe some other projects that the LIR has been taking on as of late, mega projects, things like East Side Access and Third Track, are maybe sucking up resources and attention that would be better spent on some of these daily needs?
So, work very closely with the senior management at LIR to come up with, by the way, tell whoever did it, thank you. I love this, by the way, this cover. In any event, I think the plan is comprehensive. We're evaluating the cost, and very different from the subway action plan in that a lot of the things that are included in, what happened in December and January are things that can be fixed relatively quickly. There were some errors made in the process, but we're evaluating the cost, and we'll obviously, once that gets worked up, we'll be able to find ways to find efficiencies or sources of funding to make it happen. The second part of your question, I believe that we can do more than one thing at a time. I'd never want to see any work that's done on the capital side interfere with the operations. Just like operating dollars are different from capital dollars, I want to make sure that the capital side and any involvement there doesn't interfere with the day-to-day operations. Not happening in East Side Access at all, from the operations. Third Track, there are going to be some planned outages over time and different times of the day that'll all be disclosed, and it's been discussed already. But the most important thing for me, as it is, regardless of whether it's the subway or any one of the railroads, it's all about the riders and making sure that we have the best performance we possibly can for the riders. I don't agree with some of my fellow board members that we should do one and not the other. I think, that's what got us into trouble in the first place, by not doing things. We need to do a lot of things to the system, and we need to continue to maintain it. We need to enhance it, maintain it, and expand it. Thank you.